gadgets on silent mode. Namaskar. Good morning, Swagatam, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the third edition of Tunnels and Bridges Conference 2025 with its theme Expanding Horizons in Engineering Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to get in some energy, put your hands together as we welcome our distinguished speakers of the opening session. We're very honored to have with us Director Operations Rail Vikas Nikam Limited, Mr. Mrityunjay Pratap Singh. Namaskaram, sir. Warm welcome to you. And we also welcome Secretary Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana, Colonel Parikshit Mehra. Good morning. On this, we have also been joined by Co-Chair Roads and Highways, FICCI Transport Infrastructure Committee and Managing Director AFCONS Infrastructure Limited, Mr. S. Paramasivan. Warm welcome to you, sir. And we are also very thankful to Mr. Senior Director and Global Head Transport Logistics and Mobility CRISIL Intelligence, Mr. Jagan Narayan Padmanabhan. Warm welcome to you. And we also welcome on the dais Additional Director FICCI, Ms. Komal Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, tunnels and bridges are essential for modern infrastructure, providing critical pathways and enhance connectivity and facilitate efficient transportation across challenging terrains. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, aims to discuss and deliberate the key opportunities and challenges for this sector. In keeping with FICCI's commitment to sustainability, may I now invite Mr. S. Paramasivan, the co-chair of FICCI Committee on Transport Infrastructure, to kindly welcome our esteemed speakers with a plant symbolizing growth and our collective commitment for a greener future. May I request Mr. Paramasivan to kindly present a planter to Mr. Mrityunjay Pratap Singh and welcome him to this opening session. Warm welcome to you, sir. Once again, requesting Mr. Paramasivan to now present a planter to Colonel Parikshit Mehra and welcome him to the opening session of the conference. May we request you all to kindly put your hands together as we begin this session, and a little bit of energy brings in a lot of energy into the hall. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir. To set the ball rolling, may I now request Mr. Paramasivan to kindly deliver the welcome address and the context setting. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Members on the dais, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is the second tunnels conference where I am chairing a session. Earlier session when we had about a couple of years back, our Honorable Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari was there. We had taken quite a few suggestions to him at that point of time. And some of these got implemented and many of these are still work in progress. Therefore, on an ongoing basis, there is a requirement to take up the issues so that the powers that be look at that and try and find ways and means to resolve it. As the co-chair of FICCI Transportation Committee, it's my pleasure to be here in this forum to advance the engineering and construction capabilities in the tunneling and bridge segment on an overall basis. And over the past decade, if you analyze, we have done quite a few engineering marvels, both in terms of tunnel and in terms of bridges. If you look at in the tunnel segment, in the last few years, some of the biggest tunnelings which have been done, first and foremost is Atal Tunnel, where as a company, AFCONS was involved. As an organization, our Colonel Parikshit Mehra from BRO was involved, apart from, of course, Colonel Harpal Singh and others. And that has become the longest tunnel in the world at an altitude of about 10,000 feet. Then we had Chanani Nashri Road Tunnel in J&K, which again became one of the longest tunnels and another engineering marvel. Then the recent inauguration by our Prime Minister on the Jammu Srinagar Udhampur Baramulla line, if you look at it, Pir Panjal Tunnel, which is again longer than even Chanani. That tunnel was more than 12 kilometers was done. And in Maharashtra, if you look at it, the widest tunnel in India, a 17.5 meter dia tunnel in NATM, about 18 months, about 18 kilometers, completed, I would say, in a record time of 2 years, has gone for certification of records. And in the bridge side, if you look at it, Atal Setu was one of the biggest bridge done by Longspan Marine Bridge was done, which is again in a very good time it is done. Another engineering excellence. Chenab, as all of you are aware, is something which is the highest tunnel bridge, railway bridge in the world. 359 meter above the ground level, 35 meter taller than Eiffel Tower. Similarly, we also did another project where first time in India, the substructure is retained. Superstructure alone is replaced in MG Setu in Bihar, Patna. Looking ahead, the momentum is only strengthening. But at the same time, we have certain issues which will come to later. As per our Honorable Minister's statement in the Parliament, last 3 years alone, 20 bridges have collapsed in the NHAI, NHIDCL, those segments. It's a statement made in the Parliament. So that conveys somewhere serious lapses. Whether it could be in terms of pre-qualification, it could be in terms of execution, it could be in terms of maintenance, whatever. I am not getting into the causes of it. But the fact remains, 20 bridges in the last 3 years from the time MORTH has started capturing the data have collapsed, which is not a happy situation. So that is something which needs to be addressed. When so much technological advancement has happened in every field, including in construction, why this should happen? That is a serious situation. And if you look at the actions taken on the part of the collapse or other things also, it may be minimalistic action. Okay, so those are things which needed to be addressed. Looking ahead, momentum is strengthening. The government continues to push infrastructure sector towards Viksit Bharat 2047. And there have been subtle shift of some of the projects getting moved to the state level things, the central equity support and states to raise funds. All of us are aware about 50,000 crores of corpus earmarked towards state funding at nominal at interest rate, 2% interest rate, to support the equity initiatives of the state, so that based on center's equity, state can raise funds from the marketplace. But that calls for extensive training to different levels of people in the state. While many organizations in the center has evolved over a period of time and specialized in their respective areas, at the state level it is still evolving. Barring some states who are fully evolved, many states need training inputs, expertise in terms of handling large value infrastructure projects. That is a reality. When we come to the issues what are generally faced, just to set the context, first and foremost is the quality of detailed DPRs. The DPR quality, many times it's prepared in a very short duration. In the process, it doesn't attend to all the required detailing. It's hurriedly prepared and given, and based on the detailed project report, cost estimates are made, and then bids are called for. And thanks to many cases relaxed pre-qualification criteria, we find, as we call in construction language, sorry to use this language, some bakra falls at some much lower than the cost. We have been advocating to the government, if anybody who quotes below 15% of the cost estimate or 20% of the cost estimate, they should not be considered at all. Because cost estimate itself is not fully done, because it is based on a not necessarily fully compliant DPR. And from there, if somebody quotes 30% lower, 25% lower, then it is just for the sake of bidding the job, which is something from FICCI side, from the various other industry association side, we have been advocating to the government that if anybody who quotes below 20% of the estimate, don't consider their bid at all. That is something we have been advocating. Like QCBS is slowly taking shape, this would also take shape at some point of time. And quality of DPR, now an initiative has been taken by NHA and more to have a quality DPR prepared. Towards that, initiatives and directions have been given, which is a positive state. Another thing which we have been advocating, that government as a policy rightly has decided to move to EPC contracting methodology instead of item rate. But Himalayan geology is very well known to all of us in the tunneling field. Unpredictable geology. And restricting compensation on geological related issues is not on. But that is what is happening. NHIDCL, NHIA are similar. The compensation related to geological issues is restricted to, initially it was 5%, later it was increased to 25% of the contract value. Which everything going well, there are no issues. This is disproportionate shifting of risk to the contractor without adequate compensation. So, in Himalayan related geology, we must have tunneling, only item rate. In the event it is going on EPC basis, then there should be no restriction on compensation, without which contractors are bound to fail, works are bound to be delayed, and timely delivery which is expected is not going to happen. Because when the compensation is not received, contractor needs to put in further working capital into the system to complete. Not all are equipped. Therefore, that creates an issue. And third and currently most important point is in terms of tunnel boring machines. The tunnel boring machines, any part of the world, the basic manufacturing of some of the aspects are done in China. And due to geopolitical issues, last more than 2 years, tunnel boring machines have practically come to a grinding halt. Certain initiatives have been taken during the current visit of our Honorable Prime Minister. Things are partly resolved, not fully resolved. So, government has taken very seriously effective steps to indigenize tunnel boring machines. BML has been asked to manufacture, BHEL has been asked to manufacture, L&T has been asked to manufacture, and EricNet has been asked to expand their Chennai operation to be in a position to supply. But with all that, it will take about 5 years for the manufacturing to start happening, and technology has to be sourced initially. With all that, so many tunneling activities are planned in India, and tunnel boring machines is an important component of many of those activities. That is going to pose an equal challenge, and I am sure for tunnel boring machines and all, government will come with a PLI scheme and other things. But it is not overnight it can happen. It will take about 5 years for things to stabilize. To that extent, probably we have to look some of the areas in NATM, except probably urban tunneling and other things, and parallelly building up capacity for tunnel boring machines. On the bridge side, there have been continues to be right of way and other related issues in many places. While serious attempts are made, whenever it goes to a Pragati monitored project, it gets definitely addressed. In other places, it still gets delayed. That is an area of continued attention. Definitely improvements have happened, but it requires continued attention. And as I was telling you, there should be no compromise on the bridge safety. Nobody is trying to compromise, but the fact remains that, as I told you, the statistics as conveyed by the minister himself in the parliament is 20 bridges have collapsed. So how are we going to rectify it? How are we going to correct the situation on an overall basis? And in future, how are we going to ensure that these things don't happen? So that is something which we need to look as an organization, as a responsible setup. FICCI has to come with solutions as to how to address this issue. Then, of course, most of the organizations have started adopting, most of the government agencies have also started adopting of BIM technology, digital twins, IoT based monitoring, AI enabled analytics. All these have started, and it has to be deepened, and technology has to be given a lot of importance. On comparatively, while mechanization has improved quite a lot in construction, technology is on a comparatively lesser extent adopted in construction due to scattered nature of sites or whatever, and trained manpower at all places not being there. There have been issues. So that is an area of focus for the periods to come. In operations and maintenance also, technology can bring in revolutionary changes. So last about 10 years, project timelines have in general shrunk. There are a lot of improvements in terms of project delivery, but the requirement is much more. The post Pahalgam, there have been increased focus on border related infrastructure, certain strategic projects of defense in many border related areas. All these have assumed importance. Government probably is trying to work out ways and means by which within the procurement manual they are in a position to bring in transparency and still award jobs who can complete on time. All these they are trying to work around, which will become an important aspect of in the urgency of requirement of in terms of delivery. So journey has been quite impressive if we take a last 1.5 decades, and technology can bring in revolutionary changes. This conference provides the right platform and the right topics for discussion, and I am pretty sure at the end of the conference and deliberations, we will be able to bring about some good suggestions for taking it to the government to implement it. With this, I welcome you all to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very warm welcome note and a very insightful address. Thank you once again. May I now request Secretary Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana, Colonel Parikshit Mehra, to kindly deliver his address.
Morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, thanks. Foremost, I would like to thank Fiki for having me over here today to deliver this note and to, take part in some very interesting discussions that we've lined up for the day. And I'm sure that these are the kind of forums that we need more and more of, because if we don't talk and we don't discuss, then we don't improve on something that we really need to do better, and we need to do it fast. We need to do it with more quality, and it can only happen if all of us come together, share ideas, learn from each other, and go ahead. Anyway, so coming to the theme of the day, it's a very interesting theme of expanding horizons in engineering excellence. The word excellence itself is a very profound term, especially today. In the geopolitical environment that we live in, and also in the geological environment that we are, especially with border infrastructure. And achieving excellence needs a multifaceted approach to ensure that we reach where we want to reach in as less time as possible. I live two lives. I come from the army, so defense infrastructure is extremely important to us. We want to do it as fast as possible, as cheap as possible, so that we can get all our borders connected, not only for defense purposes, but also to ensure that all citizens reach there in the fastest of time frames. Yet we are able to ensure that it is all weather. Yet we are able to ensure that we don't have tourists stuck in these regions when they try and reach the border areas, because they are one of the most beautiful parts of our country. So that's one part that I live in. The other part of my life is of a responsible engineer, because thankfully I've been exposed to some great infrastructural works in this country, and that's why excellence in infrastructure is extremely important to me as well, personally. So that actually makes me think that we need to dwell more on this thing that we want to call excellence in infrastructure. To me, excellence is functional, it's durable, it's cost optimized, it's aesthetic, it's safe, and yet it's sustainable for us. So coming to functionality, firstly, functionality is the cornerstone. That is the whole logic on which we develop any infrastructure. And I think many a times we miss that aim. And many a times we end up conceiving projects, and because we don't conceive them very well, they end up probably missing the whole end use. So it's extremely important that we work a little more in a more detailed fashion on our pre-feasibility, on our conceptualization of projects, so that these projects actually end up delivering the end use that we desired out of them, and they offer to us the IRR that we need as a nation. We need these infrastructural assets to work for us, work for our economy, work for our people. So functionality is extremely important. We as a nation can't afford ghost highways, we can't afford tunnels and bridges which are not all weather, we can't afford infrastructure which does not give us connectivity throughout the year. And it's important that we conceive them well, we make them well, so that functionality is always ensured. The other aspect is durability. This is something which needs attention both during the design and the execution stages, because it's only possible to get durable infrastructure if we design based on absolute core principles of science, maths, and physics. If we design them well on board, only then will we be able to bridge the gap and get it on site well. And it's important that we design them well, we recommend the appropriate materials, so that we get the engineering performance that we require for the structure on site. This is something that we lose sight of sometimes. And obviously then we bridge this gap between the book and the field, and it's only possible if we have the right implements, the right manpower, trained manpower, both at the ends of the client and also the agencies who are constructing it for us, as consultants who will ensure that we get the right quality assurance of these assets and get us the durability. So all that is important. And for us, as we achieve quality, as we achieve functionality, it's also important for a nation like us that all of this is cost optimized, which means that we have to take the option which saves costs so that we can build more. uh, this can only be possible if when we make our project reports, we concentrate on local material, we see how we can, plan better to optimize resources, ensure that there is least mobilization costs on more projects if required. In border infrastructure, we always talk of this, is we bunch a lot of projects together so that whatever resources are inducted once in that area, the complete capital cost of that equipment, of that manpower, of the assets which are built for construction, they are able to pay for themselves with the quantum of work which is done by them there. So it's important that our planning is area wise, where we develop sectors. Even if required, we develop townships where we have engineers and we have equipment and we have plants, and all of them can work to develop that area before they actually de-induct out of there. So that can bring us a lot of cost optimization. I think this is something that goes without saying, a need of the hour today. The other bugbear with us today is aesthetics. I think we as a nation, which is so rich in art and culture, we've taught the world about art, about culture, about aesthetics, about how things could look the best they can. And unfortunately, we have such, uh, might I say, ugly urban spaces glaring on us. And if we continue to build the way that we are building now, we will have these things come up even in the rural areas, so and also in the border areas. So what we need to do is we need to get our aesthetics going also, and that has to now built into our system. It's extremely important that our design culture also has area wise themes. An example, I think a lot of us would have been to Bhutan, and where the facade of your house is decided by the country. You can do what you want inside, but what it looks from outside is always as per a theme which is of that area. So this is something that we need to bring into our design culture, even with our major infrastructure projects, so that when these pictures are saved across the world, people should say that this is India. This is something. We look at these postcard pictures from Europe, and I'm sure that we have better landscape, much more beautiful places in India. And if we build our infrastructure with aesthetics, the postcards will all come from India. So that's very important. The other thing, extremely important, probably the theme of the appointment that I'm tenanting right now with the Telangana government is safety. It's high time that we value Indian lives much more than what we do. And for that to happen, we cannot compromise on safety. Safety again starts at the drawing board on the design, and it is enacted on ground through contracts which incentivize contractors or agencies to produce quality on ground. So while we design the best of assets, we give out the best of designs, but sometimes we give such lopsided or one-sided contracts to contractors that they have no incentive to deliver the quality which is required, and that is where safety gets compromised. So safety will be ensured also if we do our contracting well. We do more risk sharing. We ensure that the contractor has all incentives or all the knowledge to ensure that whatever he makes stays durable and stays safe for the people who are constructing it, and then for the users who use it later on. So safety has that we have to do better. Whether it is designing our slopes, we need to design them better. Just putting something which looks very good and only adding on to the overburden doesn't help. You have to analyze them better. You have to analyze if there is toe failure, if there's a slope circle which is going deep behind. We have to see if what we can do with the normal cable bolt. Why should we go for systems which are so heavy by themselves, cladded onto the surface, which come down with the surface? It can't happen. We've seen in the past few months how such slopes have come down, and the kind of damage they've done to life and property for the people of India. Obviously, I've always believed this, that in the mountains we can do better by reducing lane width. Where I don't say that you reduce the width of the carriageway. There is this one section between Solan and Shimla where the road, the direction or the traffic is unidirectional, you know, so you have two 7-meter lanes instead of having one for 14-meter 15-meter lane. What happens with that is that the height of cut of the slope is much lesser, and hence the requirement of slope stabilization is lesser. The actual environmental damage is much lesser. So we could think of these things, you know, probably in our hills, in our hilly states, we should not go for such widths. We can go for unidirectional traffic. You know, these roads can be separated from each other and reduce the height of cut that we end up imposing with our designs today. So that is something that we can work on to increase safety. You know, obviously in tunnels, our bugbear has always been monitoring. We don't do enough monitoring and observations. If you monitor your tunnel, you observe your tunnels, it is not, it's the failure is always plastic. It always gives you a lot of time, but when you're not watching it, you just don't know, you know, when from elastic it becomes plastic. So for that, you need to monitor it better. You need to carry out 3D monitoring, carry out, you know, some kind of observations to ensure that you know, you're always evaluating the supports which are being given during construction. So these kind of things will help us with safety. The last aspect for excellence for me is sustainability. You know, we owe it to the children of our country that we make all this sustainable. One is obviously it should be durable, it should stay, it should be cost effective, but it should also be sustainable. You know, the triple bottom line of environmental, social and economic aspects all needs to be now taken into all projects that we do, because saving our environment is our moral responsibility as well. It's for us and for the children to come tomorrow, for the people, for the citizens of tomorrow. We need to do that. So sustainability is something that that is a very important pillar today. While, you know, all this sounds very theoretical, very simple and you know, very plain sense, but I can assure you that in the noise of construction sites and busy work and you know, timelines for DPRs, we forget these things, and that's why we need conferences like these. We need, you know, to come together to revisit ourselves, to reset our perspective to these things. And I think it's with these facets that we can truly achieve excellence in infrastructure. You know, before I conclude, I'd like to bring up a few points which I do in mostly all of the talks or all of the discussions that I bring out, because I think they're very relevant to our infrastructure today. One is about the DPRs. Obviously, Mr. Parvasim has also brought it out. You know, we need to decouple the planning stage from the execution stage. The DPRs have to be done much in advance. We can't conceive a project today and then start its DPR. We have to today do DPRs for projects that we want to start after 5 years. So our planning stage has to be much ahead, so that we give them the time. You know, in border areas, mobilization itself takes a season and a half, and we expect them to deliver us DPRs in 24 months. I can assure you that at certain places you can't reach a rig bore well, you know, or a boring machine for carrying out an NX size bore in 2 seasons. It takes 2 seasons for these to reach there, and we expect that in two seasons or 24 months we're going to get DPRs on our table and we'll be able to contract out the work. It's not going to happen. So we need to decouple this stage. We have to think much ahead, so that you know, our DPRs get time that they require to carry out the right investigation and exploration. Then we need to run nationwide investigation campaigns. All of us as engineers, when we go to a site, we should have geotagged, referenced boreholes available, where we can go on somewhere online on a cloud and say, okay, these are the kind of investigations which have already been done here. This data is available to me. So this is quite important that we do it. You know, for tunnels per se, that's my so to say my area of expertise. We need uniformity in cross sections. See, the traffic is the same, the utility is the same, the utility envelope is the same, but different organizations make different cross sections. I can imagine, I do understand that sometimes because of the rock and the rock quality it would be slightly different, but the general layout has to be the same. So we need more uniformity, and Indian Road Congress and Ministry of Road Transport, Railways, everyone needs to come together, and we need to get this uniformity going. The other aspect I've covered it before. We have to do risk sharing and not risk shedding. You can't shed all the risks to the contractors and expect them to give you the quality that you want. Till the time we do not have contracts which share risks, we will never have tons like Atal Tunnel come up. I can assure you the amount of risk sharing that the government of India did is probably the reason why we have that project existing today. Then is bugbear with us again is training of government engineers. If you do not have technical education on the side of the client, they will never be able to take decisions. Decisions will only be taken by technically competent people. So training government and people is extremely important. Our engineers need better training. They need better orientation. They also need to be exposed to the best of technologies, so that when these technologies come on their table for approvals, they know of it and they're technically competent to approve them. So this is again a very important aspect that we need to work on. And obviously the major pivot of any infrastructure asset to finally reach its fruition is bold decision making. It will only come with two pillars. One is integrity. This is uncompromisable on the part of us as government servants and engineers. The other is technical knowledge. We can take these bold decisions only when we know the subject well, and only when our integrity is in place. So I believe these are the aspects that we need to do better on and keep improving on for us to actually reach the excellence that we want to achieve. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very extremely valuable, very significant inputs from you. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived to one of the most momentous moment of this opening session. And yes, I am talking about the report release. Keeping in mind the importance of knowledge in the sector, FICCI, in partnership with CRISIL, has prepared a report on engineering connectivity, innovations in tunnel and bridge development. May I request all our speakers on the days to kindly join us for the release of the report. May I also invite Mr. Fani Prasad Mandalaparthi, who is the Associate Director, Transport, Logistic and Mobility, CRISIL Limited, to kindly join us onto the stage for the release of the report. Ladies and gentlemen, we would want everyone present in the hall to kindly join us by putting their hands together and kindly join us in this celebration, this moment. The release of the report, FICCI in partnership with CRISIL, Engineering Connectivity, Innovations in Tunnel and Bridge Development. At FICCI, we hold knowledge in the highest regard, ladies and gentlemen, and we recognize the value of learning from the past, drawing lessons that shape our strategies of the future. Through this knowledge partnership, FICCI strives to empower businesses and contribute to their growth and successes. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, honorable dignitaries, for the release of the report. It's extremely my privilege to now invite Director Operations Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, Shri Mrityunjay Pratap Singh ji, to kindly deliver his address.
Good morning, distinguished delegates from India and abroad. Mr. S. Paramasivam, Managing Director, Afcons Infrastructure Limited and Co-Chair, Roads and Highways, FICCI Transport Infrastructure Committee. Colonel Parchit Mehra, Secretary, Tunnel and Safety, Government of Telangana. Mr. J. Padmanabhan, Senior Director and Global Head, CRISIL Intelligence. Ms. Komal Sharma from FICCI. I must compliment FICCI for choosing a very important topic for conference. Tunnels and bridges construction and achieving excellence in these two important infrastructure pillars of any project is very important. As we know, the tunnels and bridges, they are the most technological complex elements of any infrastructure project, especially the linear projects. And they are mostly on the most critical path of any project. And with government's focus on expanding infrastructure in every field in order to reduce the logistic cost and to bring it down to the world level of around 8%, the construction of infrastructure in every part of the country is very important. And in recent years, there has been focus in expanding the horizons, especially in difficult areas of Himalayas, Northeast, Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats, or hinterland of the country. As a part of National Infrastructure Pipeline, the 40% investment is likely to be in the infrastructure sector, which will be roughly translate to around 30 lakh crores in next 10 years time. So the construction of infrastructure projects involving tunnel and bridges is going to be a challenging aspect for all of the professionals, and we have to gear up for that. The entire value chain of the infrastructure delivering agencies, whether they are the consultants, the project management consultants, designers, or contractors, a solid base is required to be developed everywhere. The capacity needs to be enhanced up to a great extent so that the projects are delivered in time with quality and with safety. The tunnels and bridges, they provide all weather access to the difficult areas, and they are, for that, when planning for these structures, the one and most first and important thing is that geotechnical and geological investigation is one of the most important component of that. If the geological investigation and geotechnical investigation is not done properly, we are bound to face the challenges during construction. And especially in the Himalayan geology, which is one of the most toughest geology in the world, the construction of tunnels and bridges poses a lot of surprises, and if you don't foresee them in advance, there has to be time overrun, cost overrun, and besides the having challenges of safety also. As Paramasivam Saab has told, the sharing of risk, especially in the tunnels where the geologies are known, we cannot drill up to the core of the tunnel to exactly establish what kind of geology we are going to encounter. There, the risk sharing with the contractor is very important. And I must say, from my experience from one of our flagship projects in Rishikesh Karnaprayag, we have gone for only the BOQ based contracts for tunneling. And this project, which is roughly 125 kilometers in length, it is having almost 83% length in tunnels. The main line tunnel is roughly 104 kilometers, and if we add up other escape tunnels, adits, or other access tunnels, the total length of tunneling required to be done on this project is more than 215 kilometers. And I am very glad to share that we have completed more than 205-kilometer tunnels on this project, and without any significant event on that. And on this project, we had recently completed the longest transportation tunnel of 14.85 kilometer length, and partially this was done with the tunnel boring machine in Himalayan geology, and it proved to be, we have taken a calculated decision to deploy TBM because there has been a not so good experience with the deployment of TBM in Himalayan geology, but with careful planning and choosing a proper TBM and doing the extensive pre-planning, we could achieve the breakthrough in one of the shortest possible time. So, tunneling, designing, tunnel, there has been a lot of misses also in the country. Silkyara tunnel is one of them. It gives us a valuable lesson that whenever tunnel planning is to be done, safety is to be considered at all the time. And gradually we have to move from labor intensive reactive mechanism to mechanization and proactive mechanism, deploying the automation, using the state of art machineries, so that the chances of such happenings are minimized to the great extent. Coming over to the bridges, we have seen some of the failures in the recent past in the bridge construction, and bridge construction in this country has been an important aspect of our infrastructure projects right from the British days. We can see some of the bridges which are more than 150 years, they are all still standing and giving service to the nation. So, while designing for the bridges and constructing them, we should keep not only their design life in mind, but also how they will serve even beyond the design life. So, we have to go for latest construction methods, the best of the equipments, and using the methods which prevent the corrosion, as in case of the Pamban Bridge. RVNL has constructed first of the kind bridge in India, which is a vertical lift bridge for passing the ships in Park Strait, joining mainland India with the Rameshwaram Island. Here we have used the corrosion resistance technology and done the extensive testing by accelerated salt spray methods and other things, so that the painting scheme for the bridge is effective for more than 35 years. Thereafter, because the older bridge, which was another marvel constructed by the Britishers in 1914, it basically failed due to the corrosion in that region. So, there are now technologies coming where we can use the corrosion resistance steel, even the stainless steel reinforcement is being used extensively. The high performance concrete and dense concrete with the corrosion resistance compounds are to be used, so that we don't face the problem of, in the older days basically the bridges were constructed with which were having no reinforcement at all. They were mostly constructed either in stone masonry or brick masonry and with the lime mortar, which with the time was getting more stronger, but reinforcement is one of the weakest component also in the bridges. So, while planning the bridges, if we are successful in using the corrosion resistance reinforcement, or concrete is so dense that there is no chances of corrosion, then we will be succeeding up to a great extent. So, gradually we have to move towards using the best quality materials, which is not only environmental sustainable, we have to go for reuse of the material also. Wherever we are using dismantling and other things, our endeavor should be that we are able to reuse the material also on our projects in some form or others. While planning for these structures, ecological consideration is also equally important, especially going in fragile area. So, at the planning stage, we must strive to reduce the disturbance to the environment, to the wildlife, to the extent possible, for which the environmental impact assessment and other studies are required to be done, because we have seen, especially going in the wildlife area or other things, the clearances are hard to go by. So, that in the planning stage itself, we must account for all those features, so that we don't face delays in the project execution. one important aspect of any delivery of the project is that skill development of the manpower is very important. It is a constant complaint at all the sites that we are not getting the skilled manpower at the site. So it is required from the contractors and other industries bodies also that they must give adequate emphasis to the skill development of manpower. The manpower should be developed in such a way that they are capable of using the latest state of the art equipment, be it tunnel boring machine or other kind of equipments. So I'm very sure that the FICCI has chosen a very topical subject for conference, and a line of distinguished speakers will be giving their thoughts and speeches, which will be beneficial to all stakeholders in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this very extremely perspective-oriented, very thoughtful words from you. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceeding towards the concluding moments of the opening session. And may I request Senior Director and Global Head, Transport, Logistics and Mobility, CRISIL Intelligence, Mr. Jagannarayan Padmanabhan, to kindly give the concluding remarks.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. You heard three distinguished speakers who have spent their lifetime in the construction space and specifically in the tunnels and bridges part of it. From a concluding part of it, I just thought I'll sum up what has been deliberated in this opening session. Primarily, if you put across into 3 or 4 categories, one is in terms of the planning part of it, where both Colonel and Ms. Paramasivan talked about it, that adequate planning in terms of either the DPR part of it, the functionality part of it, the aesthetics part of it needs to be done significantly at the start. The second is in terms of the capacity of people executing these projects. Larger projects are now getting executed at a state level, hence the need for capacity to be augmented at the state was brought out, and which is a very important point, because going forward, I think the larger emphasis is going to be on states and the central, making the states more accountable and having the projects executed. And if you see some of the budgets which are there at the state level is significantly higher than what was there, like say 5 years or 7 years before. Some of the states to name is in terms of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and so on and so forth. The third is in terms of the overall monitoring of the projects, which the Colonel brought out, is specifically important. It's just not the bid out part of it, so that you monitor it. It's done on particular on time, every time kind of a thing, which is there. And the sustainability is another angle which was brought out, that we do build such structures which is stands the test of time. And we also look at the overall ecology part of it. And we had Mr. MP Singh talked about overall the geotechnical development and the preparation of it, the mountainous region, and that was also talked about in terms of the sharing of risk and also the item rate contract, which could have been one of the more part of it, or in the EPC we look at cost escalation that needs to get provided. So I think overall the stage has been set for the deliberations to happen across all aspects of the tunnels and bridges, either it's in the terms of planning, in terms of technical aspects, the technology to be put across, all of that. And we also had a brief look into the TBM part of it also. So looking forward to an engaging session for the rest of the day. Once again, welcome to all of you to come and participate on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for very aptly and in such brief words concluding this session. And ladies and gentlemen, as indicated, we are now closing the opening session, and we may request the members on the dais to kindly give us a photo opportunity, requesting the dignitaries to kindly just give us a moment for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we would directly move to our next session, which is a panel discussion one. And just to let you know, we don't have any breaks. We'll just take a few moments for just setting up the head table. In the meanwhile, we quickly take this moment also to thank all our sponsors, our partners, for their valuable, very valuable support to this program. Your contribution and collaboration has been instrumental in making this event a resounding success. Thank you, partners. We thank Platinum Partner, KEC, our Gold Partner, Afcon Steelworks. Afcons Steelworks. We also thank our silver partner, Hernect and Fresnet, Jindal Stainless Limited, Kalpataru Projects International Limited, SNF, WEB Systems International, Mahindra Realtors and Infrastructure Limited, our associate partners, our associate sponsors, Megha Engineering and Infrastructures Limited, Ritwik Projects Private Limited, and we also thank our knowledge partner, CRISIL. Thank you once again, partners and sponsors, for your kind support. As indicated, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to our next session, which is our panel discussion one, Shaping Tomorrow's Infrastructure, Policy, Investment and Strategic Outlook for Tunnel and Bridges. We don't take any break here, so we request you for a couple of minutes for the housekeeping arrangement, and we will begin our session shortly. Kindly remain seated and continue to keep your electronic gadgets on silent mode. Thank you once again for your patient listening. Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome you to the panel discussion one. May I request everyone in the hall to kindly settle down. May I request everyone to kindly be seated, and we wish to begin with our session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our panel discussion one, Shaping Tomorrow's Infrastructure, Policy, Investment and Strategic Outlook for Tunnels and Bridges. This session will delve into the dynamic field of tunnel construction, exploring the latest trends, technological advancements, and investigation techniques reshaping the industry. Our experts will highlight the crucial role of research and development in driving innovation and enhancing competitiveness. The discussion in this session will focus on strategies for advancing modern tunnels in India, addressing challenges unique to Himalayan tunneling, including complex geology and extreme weather. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our panel discussion one. And please join me as I request our esteemed speakers of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. May I invite on stage moderator of the session, Senior Director and Global Head Transport, Logistics and Mobility, CRISIL Intelligence, Mr. Jagannarayan Padmanabhan. May I also request our distinguished speakers to kindly join us onto the dais, inviting Secretary Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana, Colonel Parikshit Mehra. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Executive Director Projects Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, Mr. Atul Khare, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I now invite Head Underground Metros Business HCIIC, Larsen and Toubro, Mr. N.S. Sridharan, Senior Vice President Business and Development KAC International Limited, Mr. Jaydeep Rajesh Warkar. And I also request Head of Geotechnical and Tunnel Engineering Division, Bernard Krupe, Mr. Marcus, to kindly join us onto the stage. I once again request everyone to kindly settle down, please, as we wish to begin with our session now. May I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Jagannarayan Padmanabhan, to kindly take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the senior delegates out here. I think we have representation from all the key stakeholders in the tunnels and bridges part of it. Am I audible? No, not okay. Okay, is this audible now? Excellent. Okay. So, I said, welcome to the senior panel members out here who are experienced in the tunnels and bridges. And in the opening remarks itself, we have covered quite a bit of the issues, challenges, which is there. The first session, as we know, is about the policy, investment, and the strategic outlook, which is there for the tunnels and bridges part of the overall scheme of things. The aspects which is important on the tunnels and bridges is the opportunity size, which if you look at it, it'll be good to put it in perspective. The estimate is that till now, the overall tunnels and bridges market will be about close to $50 billion, and it's expected to go to close to $75 billion in the next 5 years or so. So that's probably an addition of $2.5 to $3 billion per year, kind of an addition which will happen. And that's expected to happen in a very continuous manner for the next 5 to 7 years. So the opportunity is quite high, specifically in the and a split. If you were to look at it, the tunnels is at about close to $30 billion, and the bridges is at about, give or take, $10 to $12 billion, which is there. So with this background, I thought we'll start with Mr. Khare in terms of the whole national infra pipeline which has been set out, and people talked about it. The investment outlay for at an overall infra is at about close to 111 lakh crore, and the roads and rail, where much of this tunnels and bridges would be looking at, is at about close to 40%. That itself will be close to about 30 lakh crore over a 5-year period, obviously. So how do you see this panning out, and what is the role that the tunnels and bridges have in the overall infra space? Over to you, sir.
Good morning, all of you. I am privileged to have be part of the discussion. See, tunnel and bridges are the backbone of any infrastructure project, as you all of us know. For creating an ecosystem so that tunnel and bridges are effectively constructed. The I mean the it starts from right from the planning stage. While we plan, we of course in the morning session first Mr. I think Parikshit talked about the DPRs. This is a very important point to be discussed and to be deliberated, that we first of all we make the DPRs which are not really detailed. The right from day one of conceiving a project, the DPR has to be exhaustive. We find lot of problems due to inadequate or deficient DPRs. If we commit a mistake right in the planning stage, that it carries a lot that it enters into many times the blunders, many times the delays, the financial implications, even the implication in the method of procurement also. So the DPR has to be real DPR. It is to be exhaustive. It is to be gone into much detailed, including the this environmental impact assessment, social impact assessment, the planning, everything has to be there. And most importantly, the sustainability should also be catered into the DPR. That is the first part of it. The second stage comes while we are having the policies for implementing tunnel and bridges. Many a times, the normal method of procurement, what we are following as of now, basically the GFR which we are following in government sector, the general financial rules, those are to be tweaked a little so that our procurement of any infrastructure project which is majorly focused on bridges and tunnels are implemented in effective manner. The third stage comes the procurement. We have to decide which of the procurement method is best suited for a particular project. Earlier in the first session, the risk sharing was talked about. Normally, the procurement has to be again a project specific. We cannot say that BOQ method is the best method or the EPC method is the best method or HAM model is the best. It cannot be universally applied. I mean, project specific, we have to deliberate, discuss and find out, discuss with the stakeholders which is the most suitable method. In Delhi Metro, we normally follow a hybrid type of EPC. It's majorly EPC, but it's also, around 70% EPC and 30% BOQ, and sometimes we go for 100% BOQ. It depends on the project specific case. So that is the first part, third part. And while implementing a project, we have to take care of number one, the capacity constraint of the contractor, because we have to consider him as equal partner, stakeholder. The financial constraint, the cash flow in any infrastructure project is the most important factor, which normally delays or scuttle the good progress of the project. What happens? We do not plan financial resources. We do not oversee the financial curve. So in most of the infrastructural project, if because of some hindrances, some clearances, some utility, if something goes wrong, the project goes haywire, and the contractor is always in stress to manage his financial resources. Then comes the resources or the capacity building. The capacity building as of now to have this size of investment is not sufficient. Even if we talk about any figure, say 2.5 lakhs or crore or say per annum increase, the capacity has to be commensurate. So what happens? Whether it is a design or the implementation or the execution, the capacity building is the most important, and we cannot create capacity overnight. So one has to have the infrastructure in terms of the industry, in terms of the manufacturing capacity, in terms of the training of manpower, in terms of the financial resources, all this is to be looked into. Of course, it's not that we are not looking into, say, many of the industries partners and including the government organization like DMRC, we are also having an academy who is training not only the metros but almost all sector of the government and private individual, whether it is even if it is a nuclear power, there also we are training there is a person. So everywhere we are training. Even the railways have started training to the individuals, to the industry partners in almost all segments, whether it is tunnel majorly, DMRC is taken a lead for training the engineers in tunneling, and railway has taken a lead for training engineers in the bridges especially. So this is very important. Then probably I will not speak much because there are many things. If we start speaking, it will be many. The important part, I will say that we are missing the sustainability of the project. Any project has to be designed as a sustainable project, especially with respect to the energy consumption, its environmental impact. In Delhi Metro, we are having 35% of the energy which is coming from the renewable sources. And we are now, within 2 years or so, we will be having 60% of the energy from the renewable sources. So such type of things are required to be catered in any environmental project. I think that's enough. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, sir. I think moving in, and you talked about the project preparation and rigor in how you put things together. With that comes in the safety aspect. For getting in kernel out there in this particular point of discussion. So from a safety and an engineering standpoint, how can tunnel design and execution practice be in a way also standardized, which is another point which we talked about at the starting of the session, so that there is an executing agencies have clear clarity in terms of the quality and the output which will come through as part of this execution part.
Thank you for the question, but we keep coming back to the same thing, to DPRs. But again, it's worth the repetition. Safety will come in only when we've conceived the project properly in a technical fashion. I think the biggest bugbear, especially in the Himalayan tunneling, is that we are still using empirical methods like Q and RMR, which are based on either case studies in the Nordic countries or case studies in deep African mines, and we want to use those formulas, try and put them on the Himalayas. It doesn't work that way. So it's okay to do some amount of benchmarking with them. It's okay to do maybe some amount of tender work with them. But when you come down to execution, we have to have geomechanical modeling. Till the time we do not analyze the kind of rock mass that we're going to encounter, we get good data through exploration and investigation, divide them into behavior types, then decide what kind of supports are required for a failure mechanism which is imminent in that behavior type, and qualify our rock mass accordingly, and quantify the amount of supports that a contractor will require to put there, and also then give a leeway for risk management. We see, even if in a 5 kilometers tunnel we end up doing 20 boreholes, what's the size of a borehole? A 54 mm borehole into 20 is a very minuscule percentage of what we get from the rock. Yes, there are macro studies, and then there are micro studies, and there is geophysics, but still, we can't have 100% confidence on what we get from investigation and exploration till the time we do not ensure that there is some amount of risk sharing available, or some amount of items which are BOQ based, or we can somehow compensate the contractor to put the right supports. We will not be able to get safety. So one is we do the DPR as well, so the contractor knows what he's getting into, and he also has sufficient confidence that if he gets into a zone of execution where he had not envisaged it, he would be paid for it, he would then end up getting the best technology available to give you structural support and stability in that tunnel. So that is one thing which is extremely important. The other thing is obviously the contracts. You know, today FIDIC has come out with the Emerald Book, which is like Mr. Atulkar just brought out. You know, it's a mix of lump sum and BOQ kind of things. So some things are lump sum, you know, which can be defined properly. Maybe your lining thickness, it can be defined, so it'll be lump sum. But whereas excavation rates, excavation types, you know, they are BOQ. The contractors are paid for the supports that they put, the number of supports that they put, which is decided by one good geomechanical modeling, and then subsequently while monitoring you see how the supports are performing, and you keep optimizing the supports accordingly. So I think this mix of a good DPR, carrying out proper deformation monitoring and other observations in the tunnel, and having a flexible contract document is something which will amalgamate together to give you safety in the tunnel. There is no agency or no contractor who wants that tunnel to fall. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the money to give the right supports, and the contracts don't support that. So I think we need to approach tunnel safety on that end. Then obviously comes the concept of quality and ensuring quality. We have to move towards quality assurance. Quality control is passé. We have to work on systems. We have to ensure all processes ensure quality. So till the time we don't have that total quality management going and quality assurance being done through processes, we will never be able to achieve quality on ground, because he is not the only stakeholder. As clients, as consultants, we are all stakeholders to ensure that the quality is delivered the way we want it. Sometimes the technical condition is such that even when the agency wants to give you the best thing, he is not able to gauge it, and he ends up taking a wrong decision and things happen. You know, but then we all have to take that risk together. We have to keep monitoring it, and we have to incentivize the agency who's constructing to redo the work if it's required, because it's attributable to the unknowns on the site and not on his intent to not do right. So till the time we don't get this flexibility into our systems, we will end up doing subpar work. So it's you know, I always say that one of the most beautiful books of tunneling is by a scientist called Jackie, and it's called The Art of Tunneling. It's not an exact science. So till the time we don't get into that kind of work culture that Europe has today, because obviously they have a lot of history with it. They've had 50, 60, 70 years of experience of doing it. But today we also have about 30, 40 years of experience. We have some great people in the nation, but we have to get these systems going so that we get the product the way we want it. I can assure you, this safety will not come at cost. The cost will still come down. Through monitoring, you will optimize supports. Half of the times we end up telling the agency or the contractor to put supports which are not required. There is no deformation, the rock isn't moving, it's totally stable, but we say no, but the contract says you have to put 12 rock bolts here of 6 meters length. There's no point. You know, you rather save that money and put those rock bolts somewhere where you'll need them in the contract, and probably you need some 8 meters, 10 meters, because if the plastic zone is higher, the rock bolts need to get into the elastic space. So till the time we get the technical administration of these contracts right, we will never be able to ensure 100% safety in tunnels while construction. So it's quite iterative, but then we have enough talent in the nation now and enough experience both for shallow tunneling with the greats of engineers in places like DMRC and people who worked in the Himalayas, and now we need to get that going.
Just as a follow-on to that, on the bridges part of it, how is that story different? Because, you know, we probably in a way chalk and cheese is being put together in as tunnels and bridges.
Yeah, so
and
again,
just the context is also, as you know, opening remark Parameswaran sir had talked about, 20 bridges collapsing in 3 years is not a. It doesn't look like a normal aspect, right? So any comments on that?
My comments are very simple. Let's analyze why do they fall. Did we get the foundation at the right place? You tell me one thing. If somebody is given a lump sum EPC contract of a bridge where we tell him that we are going to pay you this percentage for foundation, this much percentage for your superstructure, how does he get the right depth? Will he actually go down there and then tell you, I don't think that we can do a normal foundation, we need to do micro piles here, or we need to do piling here, or he needs to go deeper for better well sinking? So again, for the foundations to go at the right place, the contracts have to allow. Till the time that doesn't happen, these bridges will end up having foundations in the strata, which is not very safe, especially when we have climatic conditions like the way we had in the past about 1.5 years. So I think that's the bugbear there, getting our foundations deep enough onto the correct strata. There's nothing wrong with the superstructure of the concreting. I'm sure that we are all competent enough to do good concreting work. They're not generally failing there, they're failing on foundations, because no incentive for somebody to ensure that the foundations go right where they're supposed to be. So it's quite similar in that term and not very different.
Just on that particular point, to bring in Mark into the conversation. So how do you see, having worked both in India and abroad, right, and taking on some of the practices that Colonel talked about, and specifically on the contracting practices which are there, and risk allocation and all of that. So what are the lessons that India could learn from outside of?
Well, I think, to be honest, the opening session and also this session is already quite encouraging, because I think the problems are seen which are there, okay? And to be honest, I just want to give some ground reality, also a viewpoint of the designer on these problems, and because I think they are quite important. Because a lot of times, we as a company here in India, we are involved in all stages of the contract. This is from undertaking feasibility studies, pre-feasibility studies, TPRs, during site supervision, as well as we are doing pre-bid services to contractors as part of the contract. So we very well know in all stages where the problems are being faced. So one point which is definitely very, very valid is the transfer of ground risk is almost entirely to the contractor under the EPC contracts. I think that's a fact. It has been raised quite a lot, and this is something which could be tackled with item rate contract. But what I also want to provide as a viewpoint of the designer is, if you sign a contract for preparation of a detailed project report, your entire budget you have available is, the first 5% is for preparation of an inception report. The next 10% of your entire budget is for the feasibility report, where already the alignment decision is made. Okay, and only after that it comes the TPR, which is probably 30-40%, and another 30-40% is then for forest clearances, etc. So as a TPR consultant, you are there with a very, very backloaded financing, okay, but still at the same time you have to do your alignment options and the final choosing of the alignment without proper investigation, because if within 15% of your TPR budget you can't do the proper investigation, and this comes at the TPR stage then only. So in my opinion, the very, very first mitigation measures of having appropriate tunnels and appropriate support and safe tunneling is to enable geological and geotechnical investigation at a much earlier stage, because the choosing of your alignment direction, considering the geology, is the first step in designing a proper tunnel. Support is one thing, but having the tunnel into the right direction of the geology, of the faults, of the fault planes, etc., is very, very vital. And my idea, and this is also where I come now into the question where risk sharing or how it's probably done differently in Europe, what we have learned. In Austria and as well as in Germany, we have very often contracts where the designer, it's not the responsibility for the designer to undertake the geological investigation. This is being done by a separate company, very local of this area, who probably already have all licenses in place, who can mobilize very quickly, who probably already have all the data available. So the quality of the geological information, and I'm not talking about ground behavior whatsoever, it's just the pure geological information, is available right at the start of the project for the entire area. So the alignment decision itself could be made based on a very sound geological information already. And only then the tunnel designer steps in and takes his additional knowledge onto the geotechnical design of the tunnel choosing the right alignment, choosing the right support, the ground behavior types. And also for some ground reality, what we are faced with on our daily work here is because it was also in terms of lane width, safety, etc. I mean, there are 3 standards for tunnel here. One is the IRC 91, 84, and I think the other one is 73. I'm sorry about the numbers if they're not that very correct. And even if there is a minimum lane width, for example, for the safety lane, we are always confronted with discussions at the client office if there isn't a chance to go below the minimum lane width just to save cost. And I think if there is a minimum lane width given in the Indian standards, we as consultants should not be required to discuss this minimum lane width. Because the minimum lane width in the standard is there for some reason. And if everyone is required to go below the standards of the code, what's the code for then? And I think these are things, I think the ideas within in here, they're really, really great. But I think also these ideas need to be really transferred to the offices of those being in charge at the projects.
Okay, thank you. So one of the other aspects which we talked about is on the skilling part of it, and Sridharan getting on or you into the conversation. You know, how does L&T approach overall skill development? And I kind of learned that you also have opened this up to other people as well in terms of the skilling part of it. So maybe what is the role that you as an organization, as L&T, playing in this vital aspect of tunnels and bridges will help us?
Yeah, thank you and good morning to everyone. So as we spoke right from the morning, so it's not one which we need to address right from the DPR stage to the conception to the deliverance, in fact. So L&T believes mostly into the training and learning, in fact. The L&T, the other acronym is learning and training itself. So we have developed one Tunnel Excellence Academy way back in 2018 itself, forecasting that there will be a lot of depth in the tunneling engineers availability in India. And so far we have trained close to 2,000 engineers within L&T, and also our partners like our employees like BRO and DRDO have also undergone training into our Training Excellent Academy. And we have planned every year to minimum 250 to 300 engineers, not only from L&T, from other the stakeholders are also welcome to participate on that. So it's on the side of technology. When you talk about workers, I think in the morning also it was spoken that the availability of skilled workmen is an issue. So I think at least close to 2.5 decades, L&T is running the CSTAs, where we bring in people from underprivileged sections and give trainings to them to take up the formwork. And then the reinforcement kind of stuff, where again we found that the collapse of bridges, which has been spoken, and the poor quality of works can be addressed. But of late, because of the other availability for the workmen, they are not turning up into construction. So we need to find out the ways and means of bringing them back to the construction sectors. The issue what we face in the construction sector today is that they come for 3 months, they go back, and for 6-9 months they don't come back. So you have to put in every quarter, there are new people coming into where the vulnerability of safety and quality is at stake. So that's where we have started up way back in 2020, a safety training institute across India. At least now we have 11 institutes such where the safety is only being taught to them in terms of the tunneling, in terms of other aspects of constructions. On digitalization, again, to meet the faster construction, you need to adopt the digitalization. So we have set up in BIM, exclusive BIM floor in our headquarters, where everybody has to undergo the BIM training, especially all the engineers who are involved in the design are there. It is a must for them. And on artificial intelligence, not only the design engineers, the entire fraternity in L&T has to undergo at least a minimum number of hours they have to spend. On every quarter it is being monitored at the highest level whether all the engineers have undergone to this artificial intelligence kind of stuff, so that they can import this in their every verticals of assignments within the construction. So that's how we approach in L&T, and we address this training and skills.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You know, Jaideep, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long.
No issues.
I think you having a role of a business development part of it. So 2 questions, or in one part of it is, how do you see going forward this whole tunnels and bridges part of it? Is it going to continue to evolve in terms of the overall infra build out part? That is one. The second is in terms of the overall supply chain aspect also. Is that having a kind of an impact in terms of the machines and what brings into it? And how much of indigenization you think can also happen in the overall scheme of things?
See, actually, first thing is, apart from business development, nowadays I wear a cap of an execution person also. Khare Saab knows that because he's my client in DMRC. So one thing is, opportunity wise, there's an ample scope and opportunity. Realistically, if you look at, we have very less number of good contractors today who are really financially sound, who can execute the projects well with a good technology, because it's not only money, it's technology is also desired, good quality, they need good kind of people. See, availability of skilled workforce. One is your own workforce, second is the workman which is required, which is very scarce today actually. As Mr. Sridharan told a while ago, every 3 months we definitely need a complete revamp in our labor camp kind of a thing. 40% people go away or 30% people go away. I know how we are attracting them to stay at site, because as a BD guy, I used to always feel ki, "Arey, wo kya kar lenge?" But now wearing execution hat for last 5 years, 5-6 years now, I see how it's tough to really handle those people. And the second thing is definitely all of them, right from the morning, everyone has touched about the quality of paper, DPRs. Definitely they are really vital, because we have a habit here in the country that, we want to quickly bring the tender onto the table. That's really not the way actually. We need to really do a good work, and especially the then we need to bring in uniformity in the contractual procedure also. If you really look at some places, we say ki, the foundation part, we have to take it as a lump sum. Some part, your clients say ki, no, we really peg it up to certain level. Like you go to Mumbai Metro, they say up to 12 meters piling. You please consider as part of your, basis, cost basis. Anything beyond that or less than that, we'll try to really compensate you, because that's the way, really it's a risky part there. And it's beneficial for the client also. So costing, we as a contractor has to do a costing in 45 days time or 60 days time maximum window. So you can't do a detailed engineering study or something or design, geotechnical studies in that 45 days. Even you don't get a permission to really dig a, borelocks in that time. So this is really a vital thing. I think that aspect we really need to look at it. And I don't see any real dearth of opportunities. And we should really see that some good contractors are getting developed. We should see that those are also promoted, brought back, actually, brought into the system with a focus that we should not compromise on quality, safety, and sustainability. And sustainability should really, I tell you, most of the DPRs don't have that aspect covered. Most of the DPRs don't even cover digitalization, like BIM is not at all covered in that. But today you need BIM everywhere to really have a fantastic thing. So these costs really need to be captured at DPR level, one thing. Second, coming onto the procurement aspect, definitely the Make in India, which really, I tell you, which has been brought by our Prime Minister, that effectively should be really implemented across. I tell you, even in a construction, client organization, like you take a DMRC's PQ, I tell you, pre-qualification condition, they fantastically adopted. They say if you have a foreign partner with you who has executed an earlier contract, and he was a leader also, and he was holding less than 50% stake, or as an Indian company, I hold more than 50% stake. I can get a credential because realistically, I'm the one who's going to execute it in India today. They'll come with an expert support. They cannot move it, the entire team here. If they move also, the project will not be competitive. So such aspect, and the Indian company has got trained during that period. So realistically, that aspect is fantastically covered in DMRC contracts, and it is really implemented now in many of the other places also. That's on procurement of a contractor aspect. Second, when you come to an equipments which are required, specialized equipments. Today, if you look at about 50 to 60% of the equipments we import. Again, where? Let it be a German company, let it be a Malaysian company, let it be a Japanese company. A Japanese maybe a little less, but definitely these two companies will have a shop in China. We have a strained relationships there. Okay, things are improving, we say, but still I don't see anything realistically till now on that aspect in terms of at least, getting things. So what happens, this particular geopolitical situation and all really strains your procurement things of materials. See, one is your work doesn't end up with, just getting a TBM. You need spares for that continuously. You need refurbishment. If you really want to use a TBM in an effective manner, you just can't stop it with one project. You need to, reuse it with refurbishment. To refurbish, again, you need something coming from there. Even, I tell you, launching gantries. Most of the launching gantries which are coming from China. Those designs, first of all, those designs are done in the different style. Getting them really, I tell you, it's a huge challenge to see that we have to compare with our Indian standards, see that they are safe, most important. Because tomorrow I'm using it, it looks very flimsy, but whether the design is really suitable or not. That's a big check, we have to do that. And all that aspect is one side. Second, with all these geopolitical situations across globe, your logistic cost is keeping on fluctuating. Today, when you really order, the cost could be X. Tomorrow, when you're really getting the machine, the cost is becoming X plus delta X. So all these aspects, and if we really want to really grow, and if you really see at the Indian brains are there, across the globe doing a lot of wonders. So why we really cannot have a fantastic, manufacturing facilities with good designs and good things? For that we need that kind of, policies. We need policies suitable to that. Some of them are coming definitely. But we need to have a single window really in an effective manner, approval systems. Integrations, the benefits of someone forming a technology transfer, giving some kind of softs for that. All these really we need to look at it in a real effective and comprehensive manner. And we should see that even Indian contractors or Indian clients, they should say, please buy materials from our own people. Don't really look at buying from outside. Take a call on that. That also should be done. It's not that, you have that policy in place, some manufacturing is happening, and again you go and buy outside, has no meaning. So these are really critical, and these are really, you can say, looked in a very comprehensive fashion and can be done, and we should do it. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Yeah, thank you. Quite a few points spread across. You have brought that into light, but I'll conscious of time, about 15 minutes. Mr. Khare, specifically on DMRC, has also now become a torchbearer for a lot of metro developments across the country, right? And where you have given your technical inputs, expertise, and nurtured many of these metro corporations. So how do you see that role and from state level adoption of your advice and how they are able to take that forward in the overall build out? So from a strategic outlook, how do you see that spanning out?
Say DMRC as a mother organization to different metros is helping almost all the states, all the cities, by providing technical support in whatever form it is needed. May it be offline consultancy, informal consultancy, formal consultancy, taking the role of formal consultant, execution partner, owner's subsidiary in whatever, may it be the lump sum or on the deposit terms. In all manner, we are providing services to almost all metros across the country. And not only we are providing support in execution, we are also leading the way. Many of the points which Mr. Jaideep has mentioned. One is the contracting, by modifying the contract in a manner so that metro contracts are skillfully or effectively implemented. The model of EPC which we are normally following is mostly a hybrid. Especially we are for underground spaces, we are going for BOQ because the DPRs sometimes are lacking and there's no time for making DPR or there's no time for making proper estimates. So that part we are also taking care of. So far as the underground construction is concerned, we have established a center of excellence, the CETUS we call it, Center of Underground Space Engineering, and we are, by involving all stakeholders, DMRC is training, supporting all the industry partners, training the right persons, and we are also doing some sort of research work required for underground space engineering. We have set up the center in that manner, and it's fully supported by the government of India. So far as the resources are concerned, we are also encouraging, probably many of you may be knowing that BEML in collaboration has started or is in the process of manufacturing TBM, because TBM has become a major constraint in India. So we are in the process of doing that. Even for the signaling side, DMRC is doing something. So we will be probably one of the few countries which will be having our own signaling system. So the signaling, why I mentioned that there are many technology in which DMRC is taking lead specific to metro construction and metro operations, which we are involving the private players, we are involving the government PSUs, we are involving the various states also. And if you have time. And for O&M of the TBM, which is a most critical item, we are also in talks with industry partners to have some support system. So far as the risk management is concerned, one is the implementation part of it. We are trying to influence the government, both Ministry of Finance and Ministries of Housing, so that the policies are moderated in a manner so that the risk management is balanced. We are also playing that role. To some extent we are effective, and to some extent we are doing that. And another important aspect which we are working is the standardization of metro construction. We are trying to formulate, standardize the things, may it be the station, may it be the construction practice. So in every aspect we are, or even designs, we are trying to standardize so that, and we will be very shortly we will be in the role of standardization of metro systems for India. The ministry is pressing very long that we should keep those things. We should put a mechanism for standardization. It will be for civil construction, it will be for signaling, it will be for everything. Many of the patents we are trying to obtain for our standard practices. So far as the BIM, which is the most talked about subject, but BIM is not effectively used by, I am fearing that maybe very few organizations are using BIM effectively, or the project monitoring tools which we are supposed to utilize. We have the provision in the contract that we have to have project management software, we have to have document management, everything we prescribe, but hardly it is used to the extent it is required. So DMRC is also working on developing its management software, a specific tool for metro construction, and of course in collaboration with some private partners, whosoever is interested, so that we can have an effective, we are having as of now one of the management software for monitoring the projects, but we will be improving that also. The skill, as I told you, the skill DMRC Academy is providing training. I don't remember the number, but it is very huge number which we are training the persons almost in every segment of construction and operations. Another important thing is we have also developed an innovation policy. It will be very soon, we will be publishing it within say week or so. We are collaborating with the industry partner. Whosoever is interested to develop any product or have any technology developed indigenously, so that we can, we will be supporting it technically, we will be supporting it in all forms, so that we can develop any product or technology which is utilized. Of course, it will be with patent sharing, so we can make many of the things better for the construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mehra, you know, in today's world, there is no conversation where if you don't talk about AI and digital and technology is an integral part of all of it. So how is that impacting the overall tunnels and bridges industry? Is it getting touched at all, or is it something which is
in fact,
going by the wayside?
No. In fact, it is coming in, wherein people are talking of developing some ground models and then making a digital twin, and carrying out simulations to be able to design, behavior of supports, to be able to analyze behavior of supports, to be able to do a very good work on ventilation. See, ventilation is so difficult to actually simulate otherwise, because when you're going, especially tunnels across passes, you never know how the whole system is going to behave. And then obviously as the months change, the climate changes, there are so many variables. But today with AI, with digital twins, that's become a reality. And the CFD analysis is getting a lot of support through that. So yes, a lot is being done, and it continues to be very,
Can India very also, from a KPO perspective of this as a niche area, can that get developed?
Definitely. I'm 100% sure it can. We have the brains to carry out this kind of work. As far as the coding is concerned, we have enough case studies or enough places of application available, because we're quite steep on that curve of infrastructure development, and it's going to give us very good returns. I'm sure that there is a lot of scope for this to come up.
Excellent, great. And then getting into the whole conversation of climate resilience, material choices and tunnels, bridges, part of it. How is India coping in the larger scheme of things?
First of all, I want to agree. Yes, India definitely has the brains. In India, what can be achieved in India, I can't see back in my country, to be honest, because you can do quite a lot here. The brains are really, really great. Okay, and for the climate resilience, I mean, in comparison, how is India doing? India is doing same as every country. People starting realizing that something needs to be done. At various countries and various agencies, the level of implementation is very, very different. Reaching from putting a sentence into your contract, you need to have a climate resilient design, up to having clear ideas of what needs to be done. Just as an example, we are now currently almost involved, so hoping that we will be involved soon, within a project here in India, for which one contractor who has actually won a very prestigious contract realized that for implementing this contract, he needs to be very well aware of natural hazards. And natural hazards becoming more and more a topic with climate change, heavier rainfalls, probably same amount of rain but in shorter time, etc. So everyone is facing this issue, which means we will be faced with these natural hazards, and also with increasing the infrastructure into the Himalayan region, where you have cloudbursts, slope instabilities, which are triggered by heavy rainfalls or snow, glacier lake outflows. So these are things which need to be considered, and I think India is already to some extent on a good way, comparatively to other countries. Very, very good to realize that something needs to be done, and there, in my opinion, I think it should be also be more part of a DPR design or also a separate separate contractor again to have these natural hazards really be considered as part of the design, and really, for example, your road alignment on approach roads, design it accordingly, make accordingly some retaining structures, whatever is required. So, as I said, every country is there at the same early point on.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Yep. Understood. And Sridhar, in terms of collaboration with institutes outside of India, and from a skilling perspective is there. So how much of collaboration is happening, bringing the transfer of technology out here?
Yes, collaboration is certainly required before whether it is happening or not. So as Jaideep was talking about the LGs which is coming from China, so actually we need to know how to operate it. It's very slender, but if you wanted to make it LGs in India, the kind of structural steel what is available here, we only have to use that, because the material qualities are different what they are fabricating it. So the collaboration with the O&M partners are very much required, be it the elevated kind of construction, bridges or underground. Yes, I would request Atul sir as the mother of all the metros in India, in fact. So a lot of things needs to be done going forward, not only in terms of handling of these equipments, but in terms of the specifications. Still we are following those specifications which are being implemented, maybe the Singapore or even the areas like Europeans, and still we are following. We need to standardize on that. Till such time these collaborations has to continue, and all those BS standards or ASCII standards has to be followed. So still we mature the IS standards, in fact. So he was also quoting when the IS standards, the road width is said, then why the need for again discussion on that we need to follow. But yes, the space is a constraint. We are building within where already the habituation has happened, whereas across globe, first the infrastructure is being happening, then the people have been shifted. But still we have to go a long way to do that. So on that note, a lot of collaborations, and we have also made a lot of verticals within L&T, like TWCC, which is temporary work sales, then PWCC, the permanent work sales, and these people have been what you call the promoted, or they have been asked to be in touch with the external outside India and get a lot of things.
Sure, thanks. Jaideep, closing remarks. We probably have a couple of minutes to give your part of it, and maybe one aspect in which is on financial models, if at all, if something that you can talk about, then you can look at it, because by its core nature, it's quite a capital intensive part of it. So the returns may not be specifically on the financial terms. So what has been your experience?
See, actually, I think sometime in the morning, there was a discussion about the type of the financing or type of model of the contract. Basically, is all depends on project to project specific thing. Certain places where you feel there's an urgency and there's no possibility, you still need an infrastructure and you still really don't find a real returns fast. Maybe you still can go with a conventional model of EPC, where you have actually still a good kind of mature way of things are available. You can go for an HAM, where you have right now possibility where government can fund about 40%, balance 60% funds can be raised by people, and where really you have a fantastic thing where you can really identify things, and really then such PPP, and mostly PPP in India, I haven't seen anything really going that great except one or two places. So we need to really have that kind of policies and that kind of framework to be really brought in. Secondly, onto the definitely I personally feel a lot of things are being done by the country. A lot of things initiatives are being taken. I think those initiatives we really have to pick few of them, really, instead of targeting everything, pick really in a phased manner, one after another, and really see that those are really implemented effectively, so that the contracting practice, the development really happens in an effective manner. That's what I can say.
Yep, thank you very much. With that, we draw to a close for this opening session. Thank you all for your patient hearing, and thanks to all the panel members for sharing their input. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session, for a wonderful technical session. It is a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. once again a huge round of applause as we thank our esteemed speakers of the session for bringing such significant points forward, which we had a little more time, we could have taken the discussion forward, but always we have our networking breaks where we can connect. Thank you once again. May I request you for a moment for a group photograph, please? I'm afraid, sir, we have to move to our technical session one. Q&A? Maybe we can take it offline, please. We can always interact with our speakers. I'm very sorry we are running a little short in time. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. We now take a small administrative break, which will exactly be for a minute or so. We request you all to kindly remain seated because we will move directly to our technical session. I request you to come remain seated, please. It's just a moment that we are taking to set up our head table. May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our technical session and we request everyone to continue to keep their electronic gadgets on silent mode. Once again, requesting the organizing team members to kindly request all our members present in the hall to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with our technical session. May I request everyone to kindly settle down.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Just bullet points from that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. You don't need to spend too long on me. Yeah. Okay. From the floor. Yeah. Yeah. It's just with me being small, I get hidden behind the podium. Is that working? Yeah, I think it's working. I think we'll try it. Yeah. factor that that's where all our, that's the
With the permission, should we start? Because once we start, maybe everybody will settle down because I asked everyone to settle in. Settling up. I understand it's too much to sit for a little longer. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our technical session one uh, with its topic Engineering Excellence. Technologies, tools, and methods shaping tunnel and bridges. Once again, I request everyone to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular session is presentation session and will be driven by our honorable moderator of the session. Please join me as I request our esteemed speakers to kindly join us onto the stage. I invite Managing Director, WEB Systems International, Mr. Mark McConway, to join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Mark.
Thank you.
We request Director Business Development, Bernard Group A, Mr. Mike Hill, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you. We request Mr. Sandeep Singh, Head Strategic Business and Tunnel Infrastructure, Jindal Stainless Steel Limited, to kindly join us onto the stage. I invite Head Technical Design, Fresinet Menard India Private Limited, Mr. Reddy Girinath, to kindly join us onto the stage. And I also invite onto the stage Business Unit Head, India and Middle East, SNF, Mr. Gaurav Kumar, to kindly join us onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome our moderator of the session, Mr. Fani Prasad Mandalaparthi, who is the Associate Director, Transport, Logistics and Mobility, CRISIL Limited. Warm welcome to you, sir. And once again, I request everyone to kindly be seated with the electronic gadgets on silent mode. We are now beginning with our technical session. Our technical session is on engineering excellence, technologies, tools, and methods shaping tunnel and bridges. As indicated, it's a presentation-driven session and shall be moderated by the moderator, Mr. Fani Prasad Mandalaparthi. May I request Mr. Mandalaparthi to kindly take over? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Would request all of you to please be seated. We are in for an exciting session. Our technical session on engineering excellence, technologies, tools and methods, shaping tunnels and bridges. I am honored to moderate this session, which promises to be a knowledge-rich platform to demonstrate the new technologies emerging and also to share some case studies and explore learnings. In the entire realm of tunnel and bridge infrastructure, innovation is key to overcoming complex challenges, and today we will be exploring the latest advancements in digital engineering, smart monitoring, geotechnical solutions, advanced materials and structural design tools. Our expert speakers here will share insights on integrated digital platforms, leveraging BIM, GIS, digital twins, and lifecycle management. We will also delve into smart monitoring and predictive maintenance systems, geotechnical seismic engineering solutions, and advanced materials. Through real-world case studies and technical presentations, we will discover how digital tools and innovations are revolutionizing tunnel and bridge construction. So overall, I'm very excited to share our first session. Mr. Mark McConway, the Director of Web Systems International. So Web Systems International is an innovative solutions company based in Edinburgh, Scotland and in Delhi. Prior to leading the team at Web for the last 10 years, Mr. Mark was involved in the universal accessibility and manufacturing for construction industries for over 30 years. Together with his engineering and technical team, Mr. Mark has been demonstrating how improvements in safety, efficiency, and project delivery can overcome the challenges at site through cutting-edge modular access solutions such as WebDeck. He will be sharing insights drawn from real-world applications and global collaborations in this presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to join you on the floor today because there's actually less to me than meets the eye. So I'll get to business. I have 10 minutes in which to illustrate to you innovation as it relates to safer working at height. And we've entitled this presentation, Enhanced Safety and Efficiency, Optimizing Underdeck Access for Bridge Projects. So I'm going to start with the problem that I'm sure that almost everybody sitting in this room will be familiar with. And that is a forest of scaffolding. Now, we would refer to this as a traditional method of access, and it does have a number of very substantial advantages. So the first of these is that it's widely understood and accepted, it's globally available, and it relies, to the best part, on standardized components. And across the world, there's a large pool of skilled labor available to install scaffolding. However, in the 21st century, we're coming to the realization that there are also disadvantages that can be taken care of using more modern methods of access, one of which I'm going to describe here. So, the disadvantages, just running through very quickly. For large-scale projects, this can be very slow, as opposed to some modern methods. Now, main area that concerns a number of our customers is when it comes to the obstruction of vehicle flow. So if you, and you'll know this from experience, if you have a lot of scaffolding, then that can materially affect productivity because you can't have access with vehicles. Now, I was listening intently to the previous discussion about bridge collapses. Now, one of the advantages of WebDeck, which I'll come to, is the fact that it's very light in weight. So it imposes a much less onerous burden on fragile structures, for example. So I'm aware of time, so there's just a small number of slides to go through. So I thought the very best way of illustrating this is to give you a 30 to 40 second burst of a video that shows you exactly how innovative WebDeck is. So this is being installed on a bridge over water. So you can see here that WebDeck, in this instance, is being installed onto catenary wires over quite a large span, and it goes down very quickly. And as you'll see as the video progresses, that it can be completely encapsulated on either side using containment netting, debris mesh, so that no objects can fall into particularly the water below. Very briefly about Web Systems International. So as was already mentioned, we are based both in Scotland and the UK, but also here in Delhi. This is a quick overview of our general capabilities. So as well as being heavily involved in bridge and jetty infrastructure, the company has really cut its teeth on very aggressive environments. These include offshore oil and gas industry, within the steel industry in particular in India, and more recently, some of you maybe recognize the photograph on the top right-hand side, but our system is currently involved in a brand new airport project under construction not too far from here. And I've illustrated on the bottom right-hand project where you may have a concrete soffit,
So this could also relate to tunnels as well as bridges. Our system can be fitted quite adequately in this format. I've shown here a standard bridge arrangement, and you can see towards the bottom of the photograph, our web deck is installed onto independent trusses. They are uniform in width, and they have individual modules of 1 meter, 2 meter, and 3 meter length. So this, from a design point of view, in terms of temporary access, allows a large number of permutations. And again, I've shown the containment, and also the support itself is taken up with pickup chains at various intervals. I'm now going to move on to our web catch, which is our enhanced dropped object protection system. So web catch is actually a suite of nets. It's not one singular net, it's a bespoke system based on the requirements of our customers. So they'll tell us what risk they want to protect against, and then our engineers will show the design to illustrate exactly which net will be required. And to demonstrate the effectiveness of this, again, another very short video. I think the key point to mention here is if you note the minimum deflection on the net as it catches the dropped object. So in a number of situations, this has allowed our customers to carry out multi-level working so that people are protected at the ground level, and then working can take place above it. And then I'm just going to illustrate a very small number of case studies. So this one's obviously from the UK. It shows our web deck deployed with a megatruss system. And the attraction here is that it can follow inclines. So you can see it here on the bridge in a stepped formation. And then this is just some other installations. You can see that it's installed by rope access, so that it's installed from above. And then once it's in place, as I was mentioning at the very beginning, it completely does away with the need for closing off roads, etc. This was an iconic bridge in Scotland, where I come from in the UK. And you can see that the bridge itself was almost completely ready for opening, but as ever, snagging work was required. WebDeck was used as the method of access, and you can see that it has been successfully encapsulated from an environmental point of view. I think this is a good illustration, although it's not a bridge as such, this conveyor. I think it illustrates the point, because on the top photograph, you can see the amount of scaffolding that's required. Sometimes that heavy amount of scaffolding is just required to get access for inspections, whereas when that's taken away and WebDeck's put in position, it gives a very effective, stable and safe platform upon which to work. Again, just some illustrations before using scaffolding, after using the stepped version of WebDeck. And this is obviously on a conveyor system. And again, just to make the point, if you have a project and you're worried about how you would fix this system into a concrete soffit, this is very often accommodated with resin anchor fixings. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my very brief overview of Web Systems International, WebDeck, and I hope I've come in on time. Thank you. I should mention that I'm joined by my colleague, and we'd be happy to take any questions in the interactive part of the session.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening session. Our second presentation will be by Mr. Sandeep Singh, who is Head of Business Development at Jindal Stainless. This presentation will be on advanced materials, which is on stainless steel applications. Just a bit about Mr. Sandeep Singh, who will be presenting the session. He is the head of business strategy and tunnel infrastructure at Jindal Stainless. He is also a governing council member at the Tunneling Association of India and secretary, coordination and technical member at the IRC's H10 Committee on Hill Roads and Tunnels. With over 18 years of experience in business strategy and sales development, with a focus on government infra, especially tunnels, for highway, railway, and hydro projects, he has been instrumental in introducing stainless steel in Indian tunneling projects and has played a key role in prestigious projects such as the USBRL in J&K. Over to you, sir. Apologies, because of some technical issues, we will be running this presentation at the later part of the session. Yeah, we will continue with a session by Bernard Group on smart monitoring and maintenance. On behalf of Bernard Group, I'd like to welcome Mr. Sorry, are we ready for the session? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So on the Bernard Group session on smart monitoring and maintenance. One second. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. There has been a small change in the attendance. Mr. Cesar Martinez, he's a PhD from Bernard GmbH, Germany, and he'll be making a session on behalf of Bernard Group and on smart monitoring and maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak in this conference. I'm not the main speaker that was announced. I'm replacing him today, and I'm overtaking his presentation. So I hope that I'm at the height of what he prepared. So the Bernard Group. Bernard Group is a company that is based in Austria, but has multiple presence in multiple countries, including here, India. As you can see here a little bit in numbers. What we're talking today about is a part of the group, Bernard Technologies, and especially our contribution to structural health monitoring. This is an activity that we undergo in Austria and Germany for many years now, and are starting to also contribute here in India. So what is structural health monitoring in general? Well, you know, there's many structures, and in particular here today we are talking about bridges and tunnels. And there's when I talk about structural health monitoring, I always like to talk about two pillars of it: safety on one side and sustainability. And sustainability includes everything from cost effectiveness to environmental impact. From safety point of view, I don't think that I have to talk much about it. I think that we are all conscious about what the effects of a failing structure has, or of a structure that doesn't behave as it should. But from a sustainability point of view, maybe I can give a little bit of my input from it. It doesn't only, it's not only that it prevents to save lives and to save structures, but it also is, in comparison with constructing a new building, in constructing a new tunnel, constructing a new bridge, or repairing the damage that such a disgrace can cause, this is a minimal impact in terms of cost, also in terms of environment, because what do you do with all the impact that actually damaging structure? But you do not have to go to the point of no return of a structure that has completely failed. You can also prevent or extend the life of a structure. A bridge, for instance, does not have to live the time that it was planned. It could, because of external reasons, have a shorter lifespan, but with attentive monitoring, with looking at how the bridge is really behaving throughout time and in key moments of time, one can also extend its life by doing impactful renovations on it. So we are really talking about investing in extending the life of a bridge, not only on avoiding it from its collapse. And the same can be said about tunnels and everything in general, every structure that you can think of. On the other side, we have rail monitoring. This is also very relevant in the terms, because in terms of bridges, because sometimes the effect of a damage or of a deterioration of a bridge can be only noticed on the railway on top of it. Okay. Here there's a reference project, just to give an example. This is a cable bridge, and when it was renovated, we installed a lot of sensors on the whole cabling system, so that we could really adjust the tension of these cables. This is actually a very successful story, because after monitoring it for 8 years, we have now established that the life, at least from the cable tension structure, can be prolonged until over 100 years. Here we have some types of sensors that can be used. These go from displacement sensors to fiber optic sensors. This is just a small concept of them, so that you can see a little bit of which sensors we are dealing with. Afterwards, I have also a slide where you can see a little bit more. This is more on the reference project, and everything can be monitored. Here, for instance, can be monitored live, which was in this project actually very relevant. And this project is also very interesting, because one of the main causes of this deterioration, or why this tension was important, is because of the heavy rains that this region has, and this was the only cause actually for concern. So environmental, let's say, they're probably not as big of an impact, or as big of a heavy rains that you can expect here, but really they were out of the ordinary, or out of the planning of what was actually done. Here are some other reference projects, but I'm not going to go into details with them, because we are not having time for everything then. And here's a little bit of an overview of how such a system of monitoring works. It's separated in many different steps, but this doesn't mean that there's not more steps that can be added, hopefully not so many more in between, but these steps also many times are integrated in one sensor. More on this, for instance, if you are dealing with sensors that are not connected via cables, so these new technologies that are available every time more. And also this system does not does not have to stop here in the control room, but because a monitoring that just stops in the control room doesn't do anything, one has to do something with it. It can be, as we have talked in the previous talks, also, for instance, with digital twins integrations and everything. So there is really a lot that can be done with the data that we collect from bridges and from tunnels and from structures in general. So from the sensor part, here is a much more extensive, as I said before, array of sensors that we can expect. And this goes from everything, from dynamic sensing to very static sensing, because every bridge, every structure is different, and you have to adjust to every structure. There's not one solution for everything. Then this data gets collected in a collection unit, which can be placed here, for instance, in different points of the bridge. This is just to obtain the data of all of the sensors when they have cables, for instance. And here are some examples of data acquisition units that allow us to transform the data and put it into values that then after can be interpreted. Of course, this is an intensive work which requires a lot of installation, and usually one can also, with the integration of digital twins and BIMs and so on that have been talked, can also be reduced to lesser quantity because of the you can see the dangerous situations in which we put ourselves while installing these things. So using artificial intelligence and digital twins to also extend this to the whole section of the bridge, just gathering the data of one section is really, really important and can be really beneficial, both in terms of cost, longevity of a monitoring system, and also of security of the workers on it. Just a little bit more on the installation part here. And finally, there's always a brain, or usually a brain, of course, that sums up all of the data. We're not going to go into too much detail here. Data has to be stored somewhere and has to be interpreted somewhere, and this is always done outside of the main bridge because one has to be able to access this. And we usually store everything on a cloud that is accessible from many points of view. And here's a sample of how such a monitoring can be shown in forms of graphs, in forms of Gauss graphs, or in form of a time dilation. As you can see here, you can really see this is a very short time frame in which you can really see the influence of the passing of the temperature, but also of the passing of the cars and vehicles on top of it. In this particular example, it's trains that are passing through this bridge. And why is this important? Because you can analyze these things and determine if there is a different pattern that arises. And this really detects how structures behave differently with the passing of time. Here are a little bit of projects in Germany, many more in Austria, but they were not included here. And I want to thank you all. But before, I have always to mention when you install a monitoring system. When is it the time to install a monitoring system? And there's many approaches to it. You can install it when you construct, so that you can really detect the corrosion and things like this that you can only detect at the beginning of a project, and leave it there for the whole time. These monitoring systems are designed to be robust and to really get the data in a consistent way. But also after it has been constructed, when you start to detect that it could be problematic, or after 5 years, when you think, is the bridge still behaving as you're expecting? And with this, thank you everybody for listening.
Thank you very much. A very enlightening session. Our next presentation will be from Freyssinet Menard Systems, India Systems Limited. Mr. Girinath Reddy, who heads the design vertical at Freysinet, will be presenting on this topic of advanced materials and design tools. Mr. Reddy carries over 20 years of experience in design, assessment, and value engineering in infra and building projects. He has a strong background in design of major bridges for highway and railway projects. He is well versed with latest construction techniques for cable stay, extra dosed, and balanced cantilever bridges. He also carries a great expertise in anchorages and saddle system adopted in construction of extra dosed and cable stay bridges. He has worked globally with experience in Doha Metro, Highways England, Chennai Metro, Bangalore Metro, and NH projects in India. Over to you, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you, Fik, for giving this opportunity to talk about Fresnay and their capabilities. So basically, I'll start off with introducing about our company, and then I'll talk about more into our repair solutions, what we are giving worldwide. To start off with, I'll introduce our founder and inventor of post-engineering system, Mr. Eugen Fresnay. Of course, there is no introduction required for him, because he invented one of the revolutionized post-engineering system which we are using till today as well. Can we imagine a segmental bridge without post-engineering system? Or can we imagine a wide bridges, concrete bridges without post-engineering system? Or can we imagine a wide deck of 18 meters, 20 meters without transverse post-engineering system? So this was the greatest invention which we are using today, tomorrow, and years to come as well. So talk about our group organization. We Fresnay come under Vinci Constructions. Of course, we are having 6 wings under Vinci Construction. Sochlan Breche and Menard, they deal mostly with soil related works. And Terraami, which is now recently named as GeoQuest, deals more with soil retaining structures. And Fresnet, ourselves, we deal more with structure related works like buildings, bridges, and dams as well. And Nova, which more deals with nuclear reactor works, and Sixth Sense, which deals with health monitoring system of the structures. So to move on with our presence, we are present over in 60 plus countries and almost 7,300 employees working, and we almost work around 10,000 plus projects in a year, and supply, give sustainable solutions to the projects. To talk about our core competencies, we deal with all kinds of infrastructure works like the buildings, water infrastructure, port and water structures, industries, and historical monuments, oil and gas sector, bridges, stadiums, tunnels, and walls as well. So to talk about our capabilities in new constructions, of course, we give design solution or more sustainable solutions in terms of cable stay bridges. Like we have anchorages which are more robust, and it has been proven system, like it has been used in the longest bridge in the world, in Ruxi Bridge in Russia, and as well as the tallest cable stay bridge in the France. And we have a very innovative solutions for the saddles which are used in the cable stay bridges. Especially our saddle has the highest friction rating, such that we can, using those saddles at the initial design stage itself, can reduce the quantity of the deck as well as the pylon sizes. So this is an innovative solutions which generally Fresnay provide for the infrastructure projects. Apart from that, of course, we have done some kind of innovative systems for circular pre-stressing and post-engineering systems in the buildings as well. So I'll be going through all this one by one. And in terms of construction methods also, we are more capable in giving the construction method solutions, especially in terms of lifting of heavy segments like the segment lifters or bridge builders for the bridges, as well as we give innovative solution in terms of form travelers. In case if the bridge means number of segments or less and they can't put over a casting yard, So we can go for a form traveler solution. So we provide those kind of solutions to the client as well. Apart from that, we also give incremental launching solutions as well as launching header solution also. To talk about our core competency in terms of repair. So what I would like to emphasize here is that, so why the repair happens in any particular structure. So if it is a new structure which is maybe 5 to 6 years we are facing any distress, the possibility of distress can happen due to design. Possibility is the design, or there can be a construction error, which can be a possibility of any new structure which is facing a distress. If there is a old structure, the possibility is maybe due to aging of the concrete, or there can be more aggressive environmental impact also onto the structure, as well as excessive live load running on. If there is any kind of a new mine opened closer to the bridge which was just built for a major district services, so because of movement of lot of heavy load over the bridge can also deteriorate the structure. So like this we can go on telling lot of reasons for the distress of the structure. So apart from this, there can be a possibility that we need to reinforce for usage of the same structure for more challenging, like imagine a building which has been used for office space. If the client wants to convert it into a data center, so he has to store a lot of data servers onto it, so the load increases. So we need to reinforce those slabs to take care of those forces. So like this, reinforcing an existing structure for change in structure type is also what we do. So to move on, I'll talk about some case studies. So what kind of solutions we give is, we give external additional BT solutions for any structure which is distressed or we need to enhance the structural capabilities. So one of the example which I want to show you today is this Hammersmith flyover in UK. It was a first segmental precast flyover constructed in UK. It is almost 60 years over, and recently there was a lot of distress observed on the structure, and even the traffic was blocked for few days or months. And a thorough investigation was carried out, a detailed assessment was done, and external PT solution was proposed to strengthen this structure and to extend the life. The key challenges what we were facing is, if we want to give an external PT, so we need to provide external blisters. So blisters has to be provided outside the bridge, which was impacting the ground moving traffic. So the ground clearance for the traffic has to be not to be disturbed. So we came out with an innovative solution of using ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete. So it reduces the size of the blister from almost 500 to 600 by just to 300. So this was innovative solution which we proposed for this particular project. And as well, apart from this, executing this particular blisters onto the site, because we had a load closure only in the nights, that too 4 to 5 hours. But executing these blisters in the site with scaffolding and other things was highly impossible for us. So we had to think of innovative solution, and we bought a modular vehicle for this, executing these blisters. The good thing about this modular thing is that it can accurately place the blister to our position, because it had the remote accessing for rotation and as well as translation, and which helped us to minimize the duration of execution from 8 to 10 days to hardly 5 hours for each blisters. So we successfully renovated this particular bridge and extended the life of this bridge. So talk about other innovative solution is that using 1R15. 1R15 is one of the similar kind of external pre-stressing system which Fresnay has invented, and it is patented as well. So this system is similar to the external PT, but here we don't require any blisters. So we face the difficulty like using a blister and producing it or putting it onto the existing structure was difficult. Here we don't require any kind of a blister. So we can directly use this system to enhance the structural capability of the structure. So this particular system we had used in BMRCL project. So initially the client had come to us showing there was a lot of distress even during execution itself. There was an issue with a lot of cracks developed in the diaphragm, and we had done the analysis and we came to know there was a compression issue. and we strengthened it with giving 4 1R15 cables, and this was successfully delivered, and now the bridge has been open for traffic. So this project I wanted to highlight because here there is a sustainable point which I need to highlight. The same bridge was given to another consultant. The other consultant had proposed to go ahead with CF carbon fiber reinforced concrete polymer for strengthening this bridge, and it was given for us to do the analysis, and we proposed to use 1R15. The carbon fiber for polymer was almost emitting a carbon emission to almost 200 to 222 tons. Whereas using 1R15, the emission of carbon is only 56 tons. There is a drastic reduction of almost 75%. So this was a good sustainable solution which we proposed for this bridge, and we also enhanced its capacity, and the live traffic is moving on this particular bridge now. So moving forward, so whatever we are discussing was 1R15 was mostly related to a straight or inclined kind of structures, but if you want to strengthen the circular structures like the pipe or storage tanks, so we had to use 1X15. So we have used the similar 1X15 in one of the project in Rajasthan. We have strengthened the blending silo, cement silo. We can see initially there was lot of cracks seen in this structure. We did some investigation, also did some core cut. You can see in the core cut there was a lot of crack. You can see this clearly indicates there was lack of reinforcement. We had to propose a hoop stress strengthening, increase this hoop pressure by using the external PT. Our system was really helpful in strengthening this kind of structure as well. Yeah. So moving on, we not only external PT, we do other kind of strengthening works. This is one of the project Naini stackable bridge. We had to strengthen the articulation joint. The more challenging part was executing this particular work at the site, because this is a huge structure. Because when you build a new bridge, you have all machineries, manpower requirement, and everything in place, because there is huge material involved or cost involved. But for repairing a small particular item, the economy or the cost is very less. So within the limited cost, we had to execute this particular work, and even the banks of the river was very volatile. We could not use a crane or the barge to lift this. So we had to come out one innovative idea and lift it onto the structure. And even there was a lot of traffic moving around, and we had to execute this particular work, and we did it successfully. So to moving on with another repair, FOB, there was a distress at the mid of the bridge. Yeah, sure. FOB, we had to completely rehabilitate this structure for main cable as well as this suspenders, and we strengthened the pylon as well. So apart from this, currently we are working on second Hooghly Bridge for repairing the stay cables, and we had also replaced the hold on cables there. These are the 3D images which you can see, which we had proposed, like how we are going to replace it and other things. So these are few images which shows how the erection of the holding down cables has been taken place at the site. These are few inspection images which we had taken during inspection of the cables. Other than that, also we are capable of doing hydro demolition, because using an jackhammer can impact a lot of cracks into the structure. Imagine if there is an entire bridge where only top slab having some issue and other part is okay. You want to only demolish the top slab, by using a hydro demolition is a better way, because it doesn't import any kind of cracks or impact onto the other part of the structure, which can properly rehabilitated to its original state. So we also give CRPF solutions, cathodic protection as well. Also we give repair solutions for dams. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening session. Our next session is the much awaited one on stainless steel by Mr. Sandeep Singh from Jindal Stainless. So we will try to run the presentation again. Thank you.
वीडियो चलेगा उधर से ओके ओके रन कर स्लाइड ओके Yeah, good afternoon, distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Warm good afternoon to all of you. So I missed the first bus. It doesn't mean I will not come again. So first of all, I thank you, Ficky, for organizing such a wonderful, this burning topic of the nation, which drives actually to this $5 trillion economy. Thank you once again, Team Ficky. Now, before we start, I just wanted to remember the second edition of this FICCI event, which we have our Honorable Minister of Road and Transport and Highway, Sri Nitin Gadkari, sir. Can you please play the video?
अभी हमारे यहाँ मैं 3 साल से पीछे पड़ा हूँ कि समुद्र के बाजू में जो ब्रिज बनते हैं उसमें स्टेनलेस स्टील का ही उपयोग करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है मैं जब मुंबई में 55 फ्लाईओवर बना रहा था तो एक व्यक्ति ने मुझे मूर्ख बनाया था। उसने एक पाउडर कोटिंग करके हरे रंग का लोहा देके बोला ये रस्ट नहीं लगेगा, और मैं विश्वास रखा, लगा, रस्टिंग हुआ। तो अभी ऐसा है कि जहां 30 किलोमीटर समुद्र के बाजू में है वहां स्टेनलेस स्टील यूज किए बिना पर्याय नहीं है। अगर वो शिवाजी का पुतला अगर स्टेनलेस स्टील यूज होता तो 100% वो नहीं गिरता। आप मुंबई में देखो, कितना भी अच्छा काम करो, समुद्र के बाजू में जो बिल्डिंग है वो जल्दी उसमें रस्टिंग लग जाता है। तो इसलिए कहीं ना कहीं कौन से मटेरियल को यूज करना, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव कौन सा है, और इसमें प्रीकास्ट का उपयोग और ज्यादा प्रमाण पर करना। और मुझे
So message was very clear, although we are not all alone to pitch for this green and sustainable material, because government on a particular point of view is also convinced to have that kind of material which can sustain the design life of the project, which is some of the cases 50 years, some of the cases more than 100 years. If we talk about tunnels, it is designed for more than 100 years. Actually, it is 120 years. So coming to that point, before going forward, I just want to discuss the tunnel environment, right? So tunnel environment, if you see, in many cases, this lots of moisture, this SO2, NO2, H2 is there. When it combines with this oxygen and other moist environment, this chemical solution becomes this H2SO4 and HNO3 and other. So this aggressive corrosion, corrosive environment kills the material. So we have to be very cautious about the material which can sustain more than 100 years of life. So coming forward, these are these parameters which material is best for that chemical environment, suitable environment. So we find that it's already tried and tested. So many reports are there. The stainless steel is there, which can sustain all those chemical environment, which is very corrosive itself in nature. So before going forward, we have to study which type of corrosions we have observed. Is it myth or reality? So to cross check it, we have visited this Pune-Satara Khambatki tunnel where this accident happened, and it is clearly shown that this channel, corroded channel, has fallen away. This is not the story of India as well. We have one tunnel across the world also. There the same things are happening. This corrosion is killing, in fact. So this coastal road project, I will just run the slides. Very corrosive environment. These are the examples of the Indian as well as the outside, where all those corrosive channels, angles, beams has been replaced with the stainless steel. So we were not remembered at the first place, where actually in the DPR places we said we should be incorporated. When the damage has been done, then we have been called to for this repair and maintenance for the better life of the project. This is the corrosion for this SS rebar or MS rebar, where we have replaced SS rebar. So in railway tunnels, we have been asked by this North Frontier Railway to visit their Jiribam Infrared tunnel and to explore where this corrosion exists, because that the environment is very, very aggressive and corrosive in nature. So we visited and we landed with this Rani Gadalu station. Once we landed there, we saw this corroded pipes, corroded rail tracks. We just we were very excited to see what inside was in the tunnel. So once we went inside the tunnel, this tunnel was not operational at that time. Even after the 6 months of installation, we have seen this corrosion might be not properly galvanized or so. So this once they tried to maintain this with some aluminum painting and all, once they removed this fasteners, So plastic or this fiber membrane, this waterproofing membrane also got damaged. So these are the cases, some of the cases where this corrosion is already there, we have seen. And this is poor alignment. Sometimes in DPR, in this tunnel or this design, it has been written GI cable tray with more than 200 micron coating. It is not possible. Once you go for this 200 micron coating, some type of deformation will be there. It is not possible at all. This wire mesh cable tray, this will not sustain because of this vibration and other things. This starts falling down. So why stainless steel? So stainless steel, any material, and in iron, if you add 10.5% chromium, it becomes a stainless steel. And what makes it different from others? We don't have any surface coating. We are bare. Like if you see, there is one video. Can you go back? Okay. On a stainless steel, if some kind of scratches is there, the chromium inside reacts with the oxygen in the atmosphere. It becomes form a layer of chromium oxide again. So we don't need any coating or this corrosive painted. Although we have been discussed since morning, this corrosive cases, the environmental cases, which supporting our case. So major allowing element is already there. Now, when we consider the design life of any project, which is more than 100 years or 120 years, these are the parameters on which this stainless steel is a good material or preferred material of construction. On this, another kind of corrosive environments, we have made some comparison between the aluminum SS and other. And this, being a member of this IRC committee, we were working on this fire load of the tunnel, how much it should be. It is a 50 megawatt or 100 megawatt. So we are just trying to connect all those people involved in tunneling, maybe government and private other players. So very soon we will have a firm policy on minimum megawatt load which a tunnel should have. So in that case, if we go for this parameters of the different materials behavior, stainless steel material which can sustain the load of sustain the temperature of 800 degree centigrade, because if we we don't have that kind of strength of the fire resistance material, this is not fire retardant, this is fire resistant material. At the temperature of 500, 600, other this steel structures start falling down. At the time of escape or the time of evacuation process, it may hamper or it may delay the evacuation process. These are some tried and tested. These are some of the fire in tunnels. After that, how much amount we are going to spend on that. See, this is one of the fire case. If you see closely, all those structures has already been burned. So this fire resistance property, this is a comparative analysis after 300 degrees centigrade. This MS versus SS chart is there. Now coming to this products of stainless steel in tunnels. So n number of products there, and some are under development. If you see this fire pipe, this decking, this jet fans, fire dampers, electrical panel, fire doors, this cable trays, this rock bolts, the exhaust panels. So most of the cases, what is exposed in tunnels, ideally it should be in a stainless steel, and we are just trying to pitch in. And there is one case study of US barrel tunnel where this most of the stainless steel product has already been incorporated in this upcoming this Rishikesh Kanprayag Arvilan tunnel that is already there. Some live photographs, and what we are saying, it's already covered in the BIS. Some of the design of this cable tray. And this, because this was the first time this is going to be used, so we are not the company which only supply the material. We have developed entire ecosystem. We have got for this factory approval test with the involvement of the government and all. After that, we supplied. In some cases, this is laser perforated one, no manual handling. And coming to the point, we are having n number of challenges, site challenges. So what we have done, that can be rotate for the angular movement and fix it to the no site alteration, all the welding is required. some of the parameters, no, this IIT Guwahati, we are working with this lattice girder, we are developing in stainless steel because we are already having FOB in stainless steel with the same material, with a cost effective material, we are going to develop this. And this is the case where this reinforcement spelling is there in this tunnel itself. Recently, we have visited this Kolkata Metro rehabilitation where lots of spelling was there. And this is the case with already in Italy, one of the tunnel, this SS reinforcement bar has already been used. In this case, very interesting case study we found that for this this corrugated panel was kept inside for the higher strength. So rock boards we are coming with this more for some NHPC project we have been asked for some pictographic. These are the electrical panels, these fire doors. This is very interesting, you know, if you go for the trench cover, we have developed this in stainless steel with 1.25 mm thickness of the checkered sheet, very lightweight.
चलिए सर.
Very easy to put, and we have already done this. This Kolkata Metro we have done this for these hangers. They are there in with this mild steel. They have to replace it after 5, 6, 7 years due to corrosion, and we have placed stainless steel these hangers. This earthing strip and stainless steel is already there. Some corrosion issues in jet fans and blades. This already been developed. And this high pressure water mist system, we are having this stainless steel pipe, and normally it is 8 mm thickness pipe. Here we have used 4 mm thickness pipe, so thickness reduced, weight reduced, and life is more longer than that. It's not working. This is the fire pipe, ventilation duct. I am just running because of the time limit and all. And we are trying to reduce the thickness of the cable tray for the 1.2 mm thickness. So it will unnecessarily not over designed and all. So it will be very cost effective. And it has been the BIS 61537. So 1.32 mm thickness will have the sufficient load bearing capacity as 2 mm thickness of GI. So maintenance cost, this is there. This is the ecosystem of Jindal Stainless, what we time with the various industry and others. This is the fabrication training program which we have talked about in the morning to the workers' skills at the site. This is the corrosion loss of the approximate 2 to 3% of our GDP. This circle economy is always in question if we know carefully watch this. Now the bridge part my colleague will be taking care of. He will also take 2-3 minutes, please. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sandeep. Okay. So I will quickly go through the slides. So we have two buildings. One is Crystal and one is Eiffel. You can see the erection time interval is 95 years approx. One tower has got 7 years of interval for the paintings and 50 to 60 tons paints required. Second building, the crystalline building, is just 2 times washed with the water with some detergent. So in 95 years we do not have any maintenance cost. So where is the difference? The difference is only in the material. We have choice stainless steel over there, so the maintenance is very less. Now where we are standing in the infrastructure, everywhere you can say, means railways, tunnels, airports, bridges. So this is the reality check. Already Mr. Sandeep has discussed about that. This is the corrosion environment of our Indian map. So why do we have the corrosion? Due to natural pollution, humid conditions, high temperatures, sands, industrial pollution. Then these are some photographs in the Uttarakhand bridge. What showing corrosion is already there. And this is another photograph. Now we are talking about today's material, tomorrow's strength. So we will have, if you are going with the stainless steel, our design means material life itself be more than 100 years. So we can design the project itself by 150 plus years. So these are some understanding of the root cause of the corrosion. These are the difference already Mr. Sandeep has discussed. So these are the fabricated components what we are offering: girders, plates, checkered plates, rebars. These are the grades. These are the new grades. They have 350 CR and 450 CR. It's adopted by the Indian Railway, and we are manufacturing in a huge demand for the Indian Railway and other government department, where we are supplying the girders for the different type of bridges. I will just go through the images. Okay. These are few projects what we have delivered. These are the projects under execution and what we have delivered. These are the schedule of rate which has been adopted by several government department, either state-wise or on the national agencies. These are the SORs. These are the standard drawings issued by the RDSO, and on the basis of that we have already delivered so many projects, codes, standards. These are the policies. These are the rebars. Same policies. There are few projects for the rebars what we have erected. These are the few iconic projects what we have delivered right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quickly moving on to our next session to be delivered by Mr. Gaurav Kumar, who is heading the business of civil engineering at SNF. They are into advanced chemical applications in challenging tunnel situations. Mr. Kumar leads SNF's business in India and Middle East. He's a master's in geotech and is an active member of prominent organizations like Tunneling Association of India, Geological Society of India. Mr. Kumar, over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being patient. I know it's a lunchtime and you are all hungry. So I will see how soon I can finish you and take you away to the food counters, okay? Before I start, thank you so much, Vicky, for giving us this opportunity to again present what is in our mind to the all fraternity in the tunneling application here. I'm thankful to all the stakeholders who have been part of this whole journey. So before I take you to this slide show, I will just brief you a little bit about my company and organization which I represent. SNF is a French company. We are around 1978 onwards in the world, and we are approximately 5 billion euro company. Worldwide, we have a very big presence. In India, we have mega factories here in Gujarat and in Andhra Pradesh, where we manufactures product for various applications. Something interesting about SNF is wherever, I mean, you must have seen the logo, it says water science. So wherever in the world you use water, we have a business. Whatever application you have water involved, we have our business. So in tunneling and in piling and construction, you use water, we are involved with you thoroughly. SNF as a company spends a lot on their R&D every year because we are a responsible chemical company. And to be responsible, we invest huge amount in R&D per year. We have about 2,000 plus patents for different applications worldwide. SNF as a company is a company which looks at sustainability, what we discussed this morning. We invest and we are part of various organizations in the world, like in India, we are part of IGBC, we are part of UN Global Impact, we are part of Response Care. And we emphasizes on sustainability. So that's the reason we said that in platinum, in EcoWatt rating, we have 1% rating for the platinum. Coming back to the subject, what this chemistry helps. Right now in the world, we have various kind of chemistry. SNF, as we said, is involved with so much in R&D that we have already in the 4th generation of polymer, which is going to be useful for various tunneling application and bridge construction. As we know that India is booming in its economy and we are expanding continuously. There is a big growth of infrastructure boom. We see a lot of metro expansion. We see a lot of TBMs coming in, people talking about manufacturing TBMs here. We see a lot of growth. And we want to be part of that growth too. So that's where we come in picture. In construction of any tunneling project, we need 3 major ingredients. First, we need technical expertise. We heard in the morning. We need equipments. There are many manufacturers who brings a lot of things. And the third and most important things are the chemicals or the chemistry, which goes behind running this show efficiently. And that's where we try to fill in the gap. Our ranges are designed for tunneling, for excavation, grouting, and dust suppression, which are one of the challenges that keeps coming in a tunneling atmosphere. But before we go ahead and go on up and understand more, one thing more importantly, what I like to bring to you is, in the world, when was the first time a drilling with the mud reported? Any idea? If not, I'm helping you out. In 1830, that was the first time when in China, somebody used a drilling mud. And that's where the chemistry comes in picture. We are seeing this graph which suggests that how over a period of time, this expertise has grown. In 1929, a product came to the world called bentonite, a mineral, which is used extensively in drilling application or in tunneling applications. And over a period of time, polymers comes in picture, and that is where we are standing here. We are not here to replace bentonite. We are here to help you to do better work with bentonite and polymer as an alternative. Bentonite is an amazing product, amazing mineral rather. It has a very huge swelling property. It has a high absorption property. It is naturally occurring and found in abundance in states like in Gujarat and in Rajasthan where people are using. And that is the reason why it is used for various applications worldwide. I mean, there's a lot of application, but with the application comes the challenges. The challenges with bentonite is it has a very high wastage volume, very limited recycles, very poor performance in mixed ground conditions. To answer many things, we came up with a solution, what chemistry can do that. And that's where we designed a product called bentonite extensions. They came in picture which help in increasing the filter loss, help in bentonites to perform better. And that's what we saw. In our results and in tests, we found that with the help of polymers as a PAM inside, we can get a very high improvement rate. Same way in a tunneling conditions, we designed our chemistry. In the area where we are doing our TBM job and it is encountering silty areas or silty clays, which is, or some kind of an old formation with high water moisture contents, TBMs get stuck. TBMs have a lot of clogging, and we tried to give a solution out of that from the chemistry, and we found out as chemistry, which we developed a product called Flowset 3000, which is helping in reducing the drag of the TBM machines to an extent, very much extent. This is the picture from Singapore project where we did it. Similarly, we designed another product which is helping the bentonite muds to do their job very efficiently. That is the product in the down as a soil conditioner. We designed multiple more projects. These are the projects which are used for helping as a fluidifiers. They help you to deflocculate the area, which help in destabilizing the reactive clay when your TBMs get stuck or while you are encountering an area where you have high water content and it gets stuck. This product or this science helps you to pass through that area quickly. We designed another product which helps in soil as a soil conditioner for EPB and for slurry machines also. It helps in a various way. I mean, whenever you have a challenging situation or challenging strata, this kind of products helps much. Chemistry helps not only in tunneling, but when we are trying to explore the tunneling. Sometimes we see a lot of dust coming up, and dust is a big hazard in the country. And that is not my data. That is CVCB data, which says that 40% of the pollution in the country is from the construction dust. So we thought we can help you out. What we can help you? We designed a product to control this dust. Generally, people use only water as one of the method. We designed a product which makes water more efficient in controlling this kind of dust in the atmosphere. Either you are in tunneling condition or you are in drill blast condition. When you spray this kind of product, it helps in reducing the usage of water itself. We have seen problems in pipe jacking and micro tunneling, lot of frictions, lot of settlement. We designed a product for that also, which made the product 30% energy efficient, having a better alignment. So the chemistry is giving answers for many challenges which we are trying to solve today. And in this platform is one of them. Many a times we see a lot of bentonite slurry getting in tunneling machine, and they have challenges in recycling. And there's a huge cost involved in that. We came up with a product which is helping in recycling this product better. I mean, around the world, there are many methods, but using chemistry is one of the cheapest and the cost-effective method in getting the result. You can see the recoveries slides, which is amazing. I mean, the graph says itself. We help in reducing the torque. We help in increasing the filtrate loss, and reusage of water increases up to 78% of the same water. So it is a big resource and cost saving. Coming to the grouts, there are many kinds of grouts and there are many experts in the grout area, but we present our own grout which is more on acrylic based. Why acrylic based? Because they have high permeability. They can go very far and they can penetrate deep. They can fill up a very small cracks also. So these acrylic chemistry is such designed that it can make your grout either flexible, hard, soft, depending upon the ground condition and what you want to achieve, which is not possible in many of the other traditional grout like cement, PU or anything that we talk about. This is some of the thing we had used in DMRC also, I mean in Delhi Metro project rather, where we were able to penetrate deep and fill up the cracks as small as 0.1 mm. Lastly, we have also started working with many stakeholders in India because polymer as a subject, as a science is very, very relatively new in this country where IS codes are not getting revised. People are still using, I mean, we are thankful to DMRC that they have allowed use of polymer in many applications, but around the country, many other stakeholders like NHI and other people are still reluctant and they are trying to figure out what to do now. So we are in discussion with BSIS, DFI, IITs to design a product or a codes for this kind of application too. Lastly, what we understand from our chemistry, I mean from the presentation, is polymers or polyacrylamide, what we talk about is helping in stabilization, helping in water management, helping being environmentally friendly. Biodegradable options are also available in the chemistry and has a versatile uses, and it can be formed in many condition, either powder, gel, liquid, which makes the same product to be used for different applications. And last but not the least, thank you so much. You can scan this QR. I am always available for any question answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav, for the session right now. Just a quick Q&A, maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Short ones, please, and not much. In the last session, we didn't have Q&A, and right now. Oh yeah, one hand, yes, please.
Am I audible? Yes. Talking about the latest technology that can be used for the high performance materials, can we also include self-healing technology to these materials to even further enhance the quality and the monitoring systems used for bridge and tunnels?
Any of the speakers wants to take the question?
Advanced material or steel or anything? In our university, we are developing some materials which can be used to induce self-healing properties into the material.
Yeah, Mr. Gaurav.
I think, yeah. Yes, there are many products today available as a self-curing thing. We have advanced super-absorbing polymers which are in the market, which are helping in articulating a product portfolio itself. There are many techniques. I mean, I understand what you're trying to say about self-curing, but same, I mean, when you are using a traditional method of super plasticizers, there are advanced products as are come in the market, or other chemistry has been evolved.
I'm sorry to interrupt because we are not talking about the polymers, I'm talking about the metals.
Yes, why not? I mean, metals do make, there are a couple of new advanced techniques. Nanoparticle based materials are also available today in the market. And in country like India, the product is little challenging to be adaptation in the beginning. But as we see around the world, there are countries or government who are
investing in this kind of research. So, I mean, if you have anything to propose, that will be something which industry would like to understand. Yes, we are at MIT University developing self-healing materials. So let's join
Sure.
within
After
the lunch,
session, you
within
can
the
probably
lunch,
do.
so that we can have
Thank you.
further discussion.
Anyone else?
So my question.
Yeah, please.
So my question to Michael, sir. So one thing you told that your sensors are used to catch data, which actually helps in the life cycle or the entire life cycle of the bridge. My question was, in India, we follow a procedure where we actually design bridges based on load cycles, or we call load life cycles, stress cycles. Now, this is at a stated load as per IRC. If that at stated load a vehicle passes to and fro, we consider that one load cycle has gone. Now, these bridges are being used in far-flung remote areas. Often it happens that, say, BRO, Border Roads, Indian Army, NHI, DCL or NHAI, whoever so the client is, they come back to us. They ask, you need to maintain it. And after extensive usage, we do not know what the traffic data is, or we do not know how many vehicles have passed. We do not know what the condition of the superstructure is. So in order to give them a solution, what we do is we go on actually giving them an ad hoc solution. Either you replace the entire bridge superstructure, or you replace a certain part, what we call the midsection part, where the bending moment is the maximum. So you do that. So in that case, what happens is that, keeping in mind that the superstructure or substructure is fine, we'll go ahead with this. But your solution, sir, it was one thing means that caught my imagination. Do you have any solution in order to that? Say, I had a discussion with one of my Austrian counterpart, and he said that there were RFID tags and all that are fixed on the bridges that catch the vehicle data or load data throughout the life cycle, and that can be remotely controlled at our end. If that's the kind of solution you are bringing in, then I think it would be of great help for the Indian infrastructure fraternity as such.
Okay. Yes, definitely. This is actually something that we are actually working on. We have project in which we combine actually the data, and we trigger a camera that detects the vehicles and detects the type of vehicle and everything, and just loads it up. This is, for instance, used right now in a bridge to extend the life cycle of this bridge, which was planned to be 10 years and hopefully a little bit more, so that another bridge can be replace this bridge. So. And there's other ones that are called waiting motion sensors that can also trigger these kind of alarmings and camera detection systems.
Yeah, so, I am speaking in line because I spoke with Mr. Richard of Wagner Bureau, and he actually suggested this this thing, and you came up with, and since you belong to the same country, so I said, can it be remotely controlled, sir?
In which sense, the remotely controlled?
Remotely controlled means that you have the sensors out there, that those of which are catching the data, and I say I'm sitting in Delhi or Kolkata or wherever I be, and the bridge is at thousands of miles apart. So from my room, from my system, can I actually catch it, or whether it would be advisable that local station out there is there? And
usually there's no difference where the
Yes.
station is, so that's when there is internet possibilities, there shouldn't be any problem for it to be catched anywhere.
So you are saying that there can be some cost-effective solution to this?
There should be.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'd encourage you to please take it offline so that we can just conclude it right now. But thank you for the question. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This has been an extremely gripping session. I wish we had a little more time. We could have taken more interjections, but of course we can do that offline always. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for all our esteemed speakers. Thank you so much for giving such interesting point of views. Can I request you for a moment for a group photograph, please? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for participating so well. We now invite you for a networking lunch, which is served at the banquet hall. But we request you to come back by 2:30 because that's when we begin our next session. We request you to come back as soon as possible. That will help us to catch up with the rhythm and also with the time. Thank you so much once again. Do join us for the networking lunch.
Can our country's infrastructure last for centuries? Are high maintenance costs and efforts slowing down your projects? Or worse, do they create a financial burden and
Down. Thank you so much. And at the cost of being repetitive, we request you to kindly continue to keep your mobile phones, essentially your electronic gadgets, all on silent mode. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. May I request you all to kindly put your hands together as I invite the moderator of the session, Managing Director, Parson Overseas Private Limited, Dr. Sanjay Rana. Warm welcome to you, sir. May I also invite our esteemed speakers of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. President, Urban Infra Kalpataru Projects International Limited, Mr. A.H. Khan. Warm welcome to you, sir. We now request Scientist 5 and Head of Department Engineering Geology, National Institute of Rocks and Mechanics, Dr. Ajay Kumar Naithani. I now invite Independent Consultant and Retired Executive Director, National Hydroelectric Power Corporation Limited, Mr. M.M. Madan, to kindly join us onto the stage. I also request Head Tunnel Waterproofing Division, VK Poly Coats Limited, Mr. Vipin Tyagi, to kindly join us onto the stage. We now invite Director Technical National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, Mr. U.J. Chamagore, to kindly join us onto the stage. We have been indicated that he is joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request you all to kindly settle down as we now begin with our panel discussion to Smart and Safe Sustainable Corridors, Next Gen Tunnels and Bridges. May I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over. Over to you, sir. Yes, sure. So may I just take a second? We have been indicated that a car number DL14CL 1500 has been wrongly parked and it is creating some obstruction. May I request, if this car belongs to somebody in the hall, to kindly it to be removed. DL14CL 1500. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this panel discussion, which is on smart, safe, and sustainable corridors, next-gen tunnels and bridges. And it's absolutely a pleasure to be here, and thanks to organizers for inviting me for moderating this session. I'm sure this is going to be a high-impact session for all of us, and thanks to all of you for joining us. Now, India is undergoing a seismic transformation, quite literally in some reasons, in how we conceive, design, and build our infrastructure. With thousands of kilometers of highways under construction, dozens of metro systems expanding, and ambitious hydroelectric, coastal, and cross-border connectivity projects, we are moving into tougher terrains, denser urban zones, and more environmentally sensitive areas than ever before. In response, our tunnels and bridges can no longer be just feat of engineering. They must be intelligent, resilient, fast to build, and long-lasting. The age of next-gen corridor is here, and that brings us to today's theme. Today we will dive deep into what makes tunnels and bridges not only smart and safe, but also sustainable. From construction technologies and safety systems to seismic design, terrain-specific execution, and lifestyle management. We will explore how tunnel boring machines and NATM techniques are being refined for better safety and cost efficiency, the integration of smart systems from waterproofing to ventilation, fire resilience, and disaster preparedness, how precast, modular, and even robotic technologies are reshaping the speed and quality of execution, the necessity for terrain adaptive strategies, be it urban, high altitude, seismic, or hydropower zones. And finally, how we manage these assets over time with retrofitting, modernization, and embedded MEP system ensuring they serve us for decades. We are honored to have with us today a distinguished group of experts who bring insights from government, private sectors, research, and field execution. And I would request you to please welcome all of them with a round of applause as I say their names. First is Mr. UJ Chamargore, Director Technical NHIDCL, a leader in expanding India's highway infrastructure across some of the country's most challenging geographies. Mr. A.H. Khan, President Urban Infra Kaltaru Project, bringing deep insights from urban transit and large-scale bridge execution. Dr. Ajay Kumar Nethani, Head of Engineering Geology at NIRM, one of India's foremost experts in rock mechanics and geological risk in tunneling. Mr. M.M. Madan, Retired Executive Director, NHPC, a veteran in hydroelectric power projects in the Himalayas. Mr. Vipin Tyagi, Head Tunnel Waterproofing Division, VK Polycoats, whose work is helping redefine safety and durability in tunnel lining and sealing systems. Together, they represent policy, science, engineering, and execution spectrum of India's infrastructure ecosystem, and it's absolutely a wonderful panel to have with us. Our aim in this session is not just to talk about what's possible, but to explore what's working, what's changing, and what needs urgent attention as we build the corridors of the future. Let's use this opportunity to challenge assumptions, share innovations, and bring forward the kind of thinking that can help us build safer, smarter, and more sustainable tunnels and bridges, not just for India, but as examples globally. So without further delay, let's begin our panel discussion. Oh, before that, I'm sorry. I don't know whether I introduced myself. Did I? All right. So I'm Dr. Sanjay Nana. I'm a geophysicist by profession. I graduated from University of Roorkee, which is IIT Roorkee, in 1990. So that's around 35 years back. I started my career with the government. I was with the state government, then moved out to Department of Atomic Energy, doing something totally different, finding uranium. And 1995, I switched over to start the first near-surface engineering geophysics company in the country. And for last 30 years, that's all I'm doing. Catering to various sectors, which includes tunnels. It's a very important sector for us. Tunnels, dams, bridges, mining, oil and gas exploration, wherever you need to see underground, that's where what we do it. So as a geophysicist, I have had the opportunity to work across varied terrains, where the subsurface often holds more surprises than the surface just can reveal. In the context of next generation tunnels and bridges, it is clear that traditional approaches are no longer sufficient. Relying solely on the discrete point-based data, which we get from traditional drilling, is not the solution when we are talking of next generation tunnels. Because when we are talking of tunnels, we are talking of structures which are being excavated from one point to the other continuously. You are not just doing one foundation that you just do one drill hole, find the information, and that's enough. And this lack of investigation and this importance of getting continuous information from one point to the other need to be understood at this point of time. And that is what we bring from geophysics perspective. As I was telling a gentleman before the session started, that as a panelist, I do not have much opportunity to speak about what I represent or my subject. So I'll just leave it with this particular brief introduction, that geophysics is something by which we can get continuous data of the subsurface, which is critical for projects like tunnels. And it is absolutely mandatory that we start incorporating geophysics into geotechnical workflow, not just as an optional add-on, but as a core element of risk-informed design and execution excellence. It's mandatory that we start doing it today. And after the panel's discussion, when I'm free from my duty as a moderator, I'll be here to share tea with you and would love to discuss more about it. So before we begin the panel discussion, I would like to briefly outline the ground rules. We still have one speaker to join us, doesn't matter. So this panel discussion we'll have for 45 minutes, followed by 15 minutes of audience question and answer. Shampaji, we have total 1 hour. And what will you do from 3:30 to 4:30? That's your tea time. Just asking. All right, fine, no problem. We'll finish in 1 hour. So 45 minutes for our panel discussion, 15 minutes for audience discussion. So keep your questions ready. I'll be inviting questions in a thematic roundtable style, ensuring each panelist has an opportunity to share their perspective. Where relevant, I may also initiate cross questions between the panel members. This is the most important one for our panelists, and please pay attention to this. Panelists are kindly requested to keep their responses crisp and focused, limiting to 2 to 3 minutes per answer. That's a request. And responding specifically to the question posed. This time-conscious approach will allow us to explore multiple dimensions of each theme and give room for dynamic exchange rather than long monologues. So kindly stick to the question which I'm asking. Believe me, I'll ask enough questions from all of you that you'll practically cover everything what you want to talk about, right? One answer at a time, one question at a time. During the audience Q&A also, we request brief and clear questions from the audience, right? No long comments, so we can accommodate as many participants as possible, and no cross-questioning. You ask the question, it has been replied by the panelists. Let's not have a follow-up on that. We can do it in the tea time later. So thank you. Thanks to all of you in advance for your cooperation. And with this, we'll start this panel discussion. Our first speaker is not here. So I'll start my questions with the second speaker, second panelist, as per the list. I'm not going as per the seating arrangement, but as per the list. So Mr. Khan, first question is for you, Mr. Khan. So it's about optimizing tunneling and bridge technologies. So as infrastructure projects in India scale up in complexity, how can we optimize technologies like tunnel boring machines, new Australian tunneling method, NATM, and advanced bridge typologies to achieve greater efficiency, safety, and cost control without compromising long-term performance or sustainability? And I'll help you with a timer. I'll keep it here. So, yeah. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's quite wonderful to be in this panel and talking about something which is going to take tunneling industry as well as bridge industry far. You asked about efficiency, safety, and cost control. Is that right?
Correct.
So it requires a system-based approach that probably blends design innovation, technology, and also data-driven decision making. If I talk about TBM operation, the one single most challenge, the biggest challenge is geotechnical investigation and machine selection. Many a times we do mistake in machine selections, and ultimately we get the result what we would have intended, and finally the project overall suffers. And today we can always integrate AI, ML into the system of tunneling, and within different parameters we can also monitor our cutter head interventions, cutter head control mechanism, predictive maintenance, all those things we can do. When it comes to NATM, our design can be very, very flexible, and we can get continuous feedback. Advanced geotechnical instrumentation, 3D laser scanning, as you said, the integration of geophysics into it also does a lot of work. Digital shotcrete management, all these things would allows immediate adaptive technology into NATM tunneling. When it comes to bridges, definitely a lot of things we can do in bridges. See, like incremental launching, how to select your foundation, that itself is a bigger trick when you do bridges. Recently we were doing coastal road, wherein we have to go for monopiles. Monopiles not only had a less footprint in the sea, it also allowed faster construction. So what kind of mechanism, what kind of methodology you are choosing for the bridge, that you need to decide early in the period. And all these technologies has to be integrated through BIM, Building Information Modeling, and also you can bring in digital twins into it so that both of them can unify and give you the best result. So ultimately all this thing comes to what? It is integration. Integration is the key, and integration will solve your problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Integration is the key, and we'll take that dialogue forward as we come to the next round of questions. And now we have been joined by our missing speaker, that is Mr. UJ Chamar Gore, and let's welcome him with a round of applause. So since you missed the initial, what we call initial part of the discussion, the only request is that I'm going asking number of questions to all the panel members here. And everyone has been requested to keep the answers very crisp and short, limited to 2 to 3 minutes. So I'll come to first question to you, and that's you operate, that is NHIDCL operates in some of India's most geologically and climatically challenging regions. What innovations or strategies have you adopted to ensure execution excellence, especially in tunnels and bridges project across border and high altitude zones? So what's these new strategies which you are adopting actually? That's the question, because we are talking of next gen right now. Please.
I just joined NHIDCL as a director technical there. So just 1 week back. So what I have gathered after discussing many and attending many presentations, DPR preparation, in DPR preparations, geological investigations, etc., they are not done properly previously, which we are focusing on, and many such cases where tunnel work is going on because of such poor preparation of DPR, no proper investigation, geological and other investigations. There are a lot of problems are there, COS are coming, delays are there. Now we are going for appointing some experts in the field before any project and ongoing projects also.
Thank you. Actually, you will not believe it, but Mr. Madan is sitting right next to me and he can see my first question actually was supposed to be in DPR. But I avoided that and took my second question first. But now I'll follow it up with my first question. But since you have just joined 1 week back, I'll not really go much deep into it. But fact remains that our Honorable Minister, Mr. Gadkari, whatever conferences I've attended with him in last maybe years altogether, his focus always is that our DPRs are very poor quality. So that is what I really wanted to ask NHIDCL, that from your perspective, what concrete steps are being taken to improve the quality and accuracy of DPRs, especially in terms of site investigation and design assumptions. Secondly, you have this major limitation of L1, because that also is a dialogue I keep I keep hearing whenever this discussion takes place. Minister Saab will say something and then everyone sitting, what can we do? You choose the L1. Now as NHIDCL, right, why can't we move from L1 to QCBS, right? Quality and cost-based selection model for DPR preparation. That's part of the question. And last part of the question is, are we mandating a minimum work program that includes modern investigation techniques like geophysical surveys or something, so that DPRs are based on continuous and not just discrete subsurface data? And when we talk of minimum work program, because everyone sitting here, thankfully, we are not, none of us is a student. We all know the reality, and everyone admits the fact that the investigations in DPR are either minimal or not there at all. Not there at all also, unfortunately, is a fact. Why can't we have a minimum work program kind of a thing which we have in oil and gas industry for that matter? If a block is given to the company, there's a minimum investigation they have to carry out. And this minimum is very well defined in terms of what is the best available in the world. Not something, because today in this panel discussion, we are talking of next gen. Unless we actually realize where we are going wrong today, there is no next gen, right? Absolutely. So why can't we actually bring the latest what is there? And this is for, again, Chamar Gore Saab. You are very new, so I'm not pressing you to answer this question, but if you really want to, you can.
See, day before yesterday, I came across one COS wherein consultant is doing that work, the contractor is doing that work since last 5 years. Some issues has come up, some locals had, he was carrying out some work there, then some houses above, they cracked, there were cracks in their houses and structures. They stopped the work. After 5 years, he has, the matter is settled now. Now they are coming up. The rock is not proper. It is susceptible to some water reaction. It has fallen down. No lining is done. All these now that cost is somewhat else, and now 40 crore COS has come. So all these things, that is horrible. काम रह गया बाजू में और उसका मर्ज से दवा ज़्यादा है. So that is because of poor preparation of all the DPRs and investigations carried out. which now institutional help we are taking some experts of IITs and some private experts also, national, international. I think that may improve the future DPRs and future work. If this is done properly, I think work is not a problem. When we visited Japan, they showed us some tunnel work going on. That tunnel DPR, they have prepared some 7 to 8 years, they have prepared that DPR. Some hill stabilization, they have done all the hill survey, drainage and all the investigation, soil investigation, they have done for 10 years around. And the construction, they planned it within 2 years. So if the DPRs and all investigation, they are proper, then construction is not an issue.
Correct. Honest confession is the best starting point, to be very honest. As an industry, if we are able to really confess that our investigations are absolutely substandard and we are not spending enough money on investigations, like as an average, we are spending 0.75% of project cost on investigation. World average is around 3 to 5% minimum and goes up to 7% in geological difficult situation, which we have plenty when we talk of Himalayas. So that's a great starting point, especially coming from you also, because and the ministry themselves should understand that unless we improve investigations, we cannot expect good execution. Coming to Dr. Ajay Kumar Nathani, Nathani sir, again, a very, very experienced person in the field. And when we talk about investigation, engineering geology plays a very, very important role. And NIRM, again, is a wonderful institute doing a lot of great job. So we'd like to understand from you what methodology or philosophy does NIRM follow for execution and construction of tunnels? And again, 2 minutes, please.
So thank you so much, and good afternoon one and all. And first of all, thanks to the FICCI for giving this opportunity. So maybe in due course of the time I would like to touch upon the DPR also. But this actually what the philosophy and what methodology, you see what we believe actually, what the NIRM and personally I believe. Before talking about the modern, we should know the basics. And if basics are missing, no question of talking about the modern. And what the lesson we have learned actually, the perfect lesson when our association was there for the construction of the first underground crude oil project in Vizag from the HCC side. And then we are a part of the PMC from the Government of India for the second crude oil Padur and the third crude oil project at the Mangalore. What a system actually we have developed. Whenever we'll take the project, we'll make a procedure. We'll make a procedure and that procedure has to be followed. If our involvement is there, then the procedure should be in the line. So if you see the underground excavation, what is the underground excavation? First will be many times it is being discussed whether the open cut is the part of the tunnel or from the portal the tunnel is started. Never. The open cut itself is the part of the tunnel. So when we will start the tunneling, first part is the survey, second part will the blasting person will go there, and when the portion is blasted, then the immediate before the crew go for the mucking, the engineering geologist should visit the site and whether the scaling is required and whether immediately we can take a next blast or whether any sort of this thing is required, then immediately after his clearance, the party will go for the mucking. The mucking will be done. Again he will go. He will do the face mapping and 3D geological mapping. And the team, the executing engineer team will be ready at this portal area, whether the support is required or not required. And whether we can, without support, we can go for the further blasting. So this is the procedure actually for each and every project. It cannot be a uniform. The Mother Earth, as we are sitting here, maybe around 100, all are different. All are different. All are human being only, but they're different. Like our mother, each and every part of the mother is different. So something cannot be cut and paste or something cannot be copied. So these are the procedures. As and when our involvement will be there for any sort of the excavation, we'll fix the procedure. Ultimately, without compromising with the safety, we have to think about the safety of the crew also. The safety of the crew and the safety of the project, we are fixing the methodology of the excavation.
Thank you so much. We'll come to the safety part in the next part of it, but yeah, sticking to the basics and doing the things right. Coming to Madan sir. So, having led complex hydropower projects like Tista, Ratle, Parbati, what key innovations in tunneling methodology, whether in design, excavation, or lining, do you believe have had the greatest impact in improving safety and performance under challenging Himalayan conditions? Your experience is unparalleled, so we would love to hear from you on this.
If I go back, started by career, 1976, went to Loktak project. That was the most difficult and challenging project, which was stalled for 3 years because of methane gas and squeezing ground condition, upheaval, and all sorts of strata which we were facing in the tunnel. It was lake deposit, terrace deposits, then shale, then sandstone, hard sandstone, moving shales. And then what we got was that you have to start a dead project, which was stalled for 3 years. And Government of India has decided that NHPC should take up this project. And accordingly, a specialist geoconsult from Austria was consulted, and he said that this tunnel can be made with NATM only, and of course the safety aspects are there because methane gas is there. So all equipment needs a change and will be flame proof equipment, lights will be flame proof, motors will be flame proof, even mucking trolleys will be flame proof, nothing, no spark should be generated, no welding and cutting can be done. So you can just imagine how difficult a tunnel can be where no welding cutting is allowed, no gas cutting is allowed, and no spark is allowed even. And then all equipment are flame proof. And the excavation was supposed to be done with the Alpine Miner, that is a cutting machine. It's a road header type. First time we used in the hydro projects. And there we learned that NATM, of course, the methodology what was told by J. Gold sir and company, we were not able to follow that. We started following, and then we found that whole tunnel is getting squeezed within a day. You know, today we excavate 4 meter diameter tunnel, next day it becomes 3 meter diameter tunnel. So what to do? And then our laborers were from BSL project, which was a very large project. At that time it was just commissioned and Loktak started. So all workers, engineers, laborers were from BSL project, and they were tuned to do erection of ribs. Ribs means heavy ribs. The web of the rib will be almost a meter. You know, such heavy ribs were be installed. And then they said, sir, it is not possible to do this tunnel with NATM. Ye rock with short kya hota? What is this nonsense? You cannot do it. You have to install ribs only. We used to tell them, no, it's a new method. You have to bear with it. And because certainly a new system has come, so we have to do accordingly. And we started doing it. And slowly we found that, yes, this is workable solution. Of course, which was combined with naturally the steel ribs were there. Rock bolting, short cutting, everything was new for us and new for the country also. And that was the first project which could be done completely with the, not of course following NATM methodology, but we followed, you can say 80% NATM and then just 40% was Indian method also, because of the mixed ground condition and the labor which was not tuned with NATM. And after commissioning, they really said, the workers who was telling earlier that, sir, this cannot be done, he came and said, sir, because of this only we could do this tunnel, otherwise it was not possible. So this was first, you know, experience with NATM, and then later on entire India started following NATM. And that's how the story goes.
And now we'll come to the rest part of the story in the next part of
Yeah.
the session. Thank you so much. And now I'll come to Mr. Vipin Tyagi, and it's about material innovation in tunnel waterproofing. So as tunnel projects are becoming longer, deeper, and more complex, what recent innovations in waterproofing materials, such as PVC membranes, geotextile, whatever you want to talk about, are proving most effective in ensuring long-term durability and safety? Mr. Tyagi.
Yes, very good afternoon everyone. Myself Vipin Tyagi, and I am here on behalf of VK Polycoats Limited. We are into manufacturing of waterproofing membrane as well as geotextile. And we are doing so many projects in India for waterproofing of tunnels. We are basically doing a big project in Ircon, somewhere in Siliguri, in Sevok. See, this waterproofing membrane is why this membrane is suitable for tunnel. Why not other material is not suitable. This is basically a very, the membrane is basically having good mechanical properties as well as elongation properties. That is why this material is used for the waterproofing of tunnels. And as per our product, we are BIS certified. We are producing BIS certified products, and the technology we are using is to put the membrane in the tunnel over the shotcrete after the shotcreting, and then we provide complete geotextile membrane, and over that it is provided the waterproofing membrane. And we face so many challenges during the execution work. We face many challenges also. The percolation of water inside the tunnel from the shotcrete, and then a big role of manpower comes into to remove all that problems. And as far as the method is concerned, this is the only method, sir, in which we uses small tools and tackles, that is Twinny machine and roundels. These the complete set of Twinny machine, roundels and hot air gun, this complete set helps us in executing the complete waterproofing of tunnels.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'll go to my next question is for Mr. Chamagore, and it's about integrating smart safety systems in remote projects. So in remote and border areas where you're operating, integrating smart systems like fire safety, waterproofing, and real-time monitoring can be challenging. So how is your organization embedding these systems in tunnel and bridge projects, and what are the key learnings so far, if you have already got your briefing from anyone?
I have not gone into details of it. So we are having some DPR preparations going on. During that course, I will go into it. But
All
as of now, I have not gone into it.
Understood. Great. So I'll go to Mr. Khan now. Mr. Khan, we talk about smart integrated safety systems, right? So in the era of smart and resilient infrastructure, how can we design and implement integrated safety systems that combine waterproofing, fire protection, ventilation control, seismic resilience, and disaster preparedness in both tunnels and bridges?
Yeah, interesting question. See, I'll put in 3 words now for all of you to think of it in the modern world. Okay, the 3 words are connected, intelligent, and adaptive. CIA. Okay, as long as you remain connected, so your networking is better. Similarly is the case with any kind of system in place. Second one is intelligent. You can't be dumb. So whatever you put in has to be intelligent. And last but not least, it has to be adaptive to the situation. So similarly, when we talk about all this waterproofing membrane, in fact, Mr. Bipin Tyagi should have answered this question. If I tell you that waterproofing membrane should have a chip, okay, which can give you predictability of leakage.
Yeah.
Is it possible?
Yeah.
So you remain connected?
Yes.
Or you are also intelligent. Similarly, you have to come up with new material which can give you which can facilitate this kind of mechanism as well. And of course the monitoring part of it. So as long as you take care of all this, integrate AI, ML into it, you will do your best and you will remain again connected, intelligent, and adaptive. Thank you so much.
That's a very good point. All right, so coming to Dr. Nathani again. So Nathani sir, what measures are in place to ensure the safety of the crew during tunnel construction? Because this also is a very important point of this panel discussion, and we believe that you are following all the best practices. So I think we would like to learn from you a bit about it.
So regarding actually this, I would like to give you some information also. Maybe many of you are aware. After Silkyara, this incident, MORTH has established a committee, and then they submitted a report to the PMO, and then PMO, they have referred their report to us regarding some comments. So actually, just I would like to make one point which was hurting to the us being a technocrat. It is written in that one that people are asking and telling about the merits of the things, including the technology, but nobody has highlighted the limitation of that technology. So that is a one word, because you see, I think all of us are technocrat here, but the bureaucrats are the people who want to execute the project in time. They don't want to listen any this thing. And again, the second thing, when this letter, the letter was issued from the PMO to all the state, Himachal Pradesh is the first state who issued the letter to all the concerned organization. Before commissioning of the project, there must be a safety audit of all the tunnels. And if you remember, recently the Parvati 2 was inaugurated. And before that one, the first time in the country, we have done the safety audit of the Parvati tunnel. For us, safety is the different actually. For me, for my organization, the ventilation, lighting, this should not be a part of safety. Drinking water is for human being or any this thing should not be a part of the food. It is this thing. Without ventilation, without electricity, how you do? Always the problem will be when the tunnel is not supported properly. Then the problem will be there always. Otherwise, a minor extent may be there. So, proper, once the DPR is made, of course, we can have a detailed discussion on the DPR, and whatever the design is approved, whether that design is being executed, and in tunneling and any project, if the design is not being changed during the construction, means our involvement is zero. Nowadays, the problem with the agencies, the government agencies, is nobody want to take the risk. It is possible that throughout the tunneling, you are not changing the design. How many shear zones you are predicting when you are making the DPR, and how many you are encountering? Which type of the ingress of the water, whether anywhere it is highlighted in the DPR, and how you are tackling all these sort of the things. So means the proper execution of the support as per the site condition. If you are doing done, it is being done, you are doing, then your tunnel is safe and your crew is safe. So these are the things we have to properly execute the support system, not only based on the DPR approved design, but it should be as per the site condition. So if it is done, then your tunnel is safe, your crew is safe. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Support as per the site condition. Design is something which has been done with whatever information has been available at that point of time. And of course, as you go, as you keep constructing, the site conditions keep emerging and you have to do everything according to that. I think that's the best way to ensure safety. Thank you very much for that perspective, Dr. Nathani. Now coming to Madan Sahab again, you have worked, you have worked in very challenging geological conditions throughout the country. What are the most critical considerations when we plan structures like tunnels or bridges or dams, any structure for that matter? And how can these be better addressed through investigation, design or execution? So which are the biggest critical considerations in your opinion and with your vast experience?
All are important. First, when we go for investigations, then of course, the lesson which we learned from Loktak was that you first, in the tunnel, you must see whether methane gas is there or not. If it is there, then you have to be very, very careful. So people don't go for that because they think, no, methane may not be here because this strata doesn't belong to that kind of coal seam or something like that. But no, it is not possible. It may be possible that methane is there or any other gas is there, that has to be seen. Then most difficult, after doing investigation also, when we don't follow the alignment, we don't follow the design consideration, we don't follow the support system, we don't follow the support requirement, that immediately when you excavate, you have to provide support in the form of shortcutting or any other support. The shortcutting is the best one, no doubt about that, because it covers, it stops deformation, it doesn't allow any weathering conditions. In the, when you excavate a tunnel, a new rock, the weather changes, as soon as weather effect comes, the deformation starts. So you have to stop the deformation, that not stop, but you don't allow it also. It should not happen. So immediately you have to shortcut and rock bolt it. That is the first time. This we have seen when we invited Swedish consortium for the URI project. We saw that no accident was taking place, nothing was there, but they were following all the principles. As soon as they excavate, they will take a blast of 5 meters and immediately support with shortcutting. And if any undulations are there, undercutting is there, in the next blast they will remove there itself. It is not that they will leave it for the next time when we do the lining and that time we remove this undulation. No. Next blast itself they will remove it. And their progress 5 meter, nowhere we could achieve that progress so far, and they were not doing any rib erection at all. No rib erection. It was all NATM they were following, and strictly they were following it. Rib erection means they will not be able to sleep whole night. If you tell them that tomorrow you have to install ribs, they say no, we cannot. We don't know how to do it. Even a surge shaft, which was underground surge shaft, that was open to sky, and the road was, all along the hill, the road was there. It was open road in J&K. It was snowbound area. They immediately said that we will not allow this road to be used under our control. They made a spiral tunnel inside all along the surge shaft to reach in the surge shaft. That was something strange which we saw first time, that they were not doing any open work where the snow is there, so that is a safety point. Secondly, EHS, whenever the foreigners are there, in Alan project also, these Norwegians were there. EHS was the first thing they will ask everybody, that in the morning when the shift starts, your environment and safety fellow has to go and tell them that what safety norms you have to follow today. That means every day it was a routine. In every shift they have to do. People used to say, Arisa, we know it. Why you are telling again and again? There is nothing doing. Every time we have to remind you that this is a safety norm, you have to follow it. And you have to follow means you have to follow it. Nothing doing. And they strictly followed, and we found that accidents were not there at all, because in the morning itself, when it is put in your brain that you have to follow these safety norms at the time of blasting, at the time of excavation, at the time of handling, any steel material handling, all these norms are there, so you have to follow. So EHS is the first principle. Then flowing ground condition. If the flowing ground condition comes, then you have to be again very careful, because at that time the progress becomes zero. In India, so far we are not able to utilize artificial freezing ground. We tried first time in Alandu when we were not able to construct a 600-meter long tunnel for almost 1.5 to 2 years. And all the planning was done. But before that could be done, we evolved another method, because that delay time was there for bringing all the material and then installing a freezing ground system. So we could do it with a different system. That was a 5P system, also invented by me only there, but that was possible. So flowing ground condition, you have to be very careful. In Nepal also, I was in one of the tunnel. There also I said that you can do this tunnel. Those people were very much afraid whether this project we will be able to do or not. It was almost about less than a kilometer left tunnel, but with the different technique we could do it. And I was making sure him said, you look after other works, tunnel is my problem. Don't worry about this, tunnel will be done, because we are following all safety norms. And the first principle of NATM is that as soon as you exceed, you have to support it. And when the ground is flowing, the first thing is you have to protect the ground, let it not flow. If flowing is stopped, then you can take other actions, otherwise you cannot. So basic principle of safety is that what I said, that we learned first day itself joining my job, that you have to have flame-proof equipment. It's a highly unsafe condition of the tunnel. You have to do all welding, cutting, nothing inside, and movement of workers and laborers will be having all gumboots and helmets. Nobody can remove it. Machine functioning was there. Alpine miner was running 24 hours. You have to look at it that nobody goes near to it and get entangled in those conditions. Electricity also, again, everything, even electric connections were flame proof. We were surprised to see that electric connections are also flame proof. So EHS is the most important part. In flowing ground, you have to, now in India, we should start doing this artificial ground freezing also, so that the task will become easier for those who are stuck in this frozen ground.
Thank you, Madan sir. Know your ground, as they say. So know your customer, we all know your ground is very important. Keep learning, keep following the protocols, the procedures, very, very important. Do not have shortcuts, and keep reinforcing when it comes to EHS. Keep hammering it, as you said, every morning. No one should be able to forget it, even if they want to. Now I'll come to Mr. Tyagi again.
Yeah.
And this is about challenges in specification and application practices. So what are the most common challenges you encounter in terms of material specifications and on-site application of tunnel waterproofing systems? And how can these be standardized across projects for more consistent performance?
See, the most big challenge in tunnel waterproofing construction is the percolation of water actually. The water seeps from the shotcrete, and then what happens, the labor and the machinery part goes idle, and what happens, the loose part of the tunnel, loose part means the mud part of the tunnel start flowing down, and then it creates a big problem and the complete work stops. This is the main challenges we encounter in tunnels. The percolation of water is the big challenge.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Tyagi. And now to break the monologue, although it is not actually a monologue, 5 people are speaking here, but more than people speaking, there are people listening. So I would like you to also start speaking now. So in between, I'll take few questions from audience, and then we'll go for more questions from the panelists. Is that okay with all of us? Yes. Unless I hear a loud yes, I'll start the questions again. Okay, fine. That's good. So let's just raise the hand and I'll send a mic to you. Gentleman in the right in the back, can someone take the mic there, please? Oh, you have the mic. Please unmute your, yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is SS Ahmed, and I represent a company called Futech Projects, who is an EPC company doing the firefighting system for infrastructure and industries. It's not a question, it's a suggestion. I had been quoting for firefighting system for various tunnels, various terrains, mountain tunnels as well as plain tunnels also. But I find every time the specifications of firefighting systems and fire detection systems are totally different. Even coming from one, hello, is I audible? Yeah. So coming from same developer, the specifications are different. There are a lot of pre-bid discussions which waste a lot of time of the developers, contractors, consultants, and also the bidders. So my suggestion is that can we have a uniform firefighting system design meant for road tunnels and rail tunnels in India, which can imbibe the international rules, NFPAs, IRC, PRC, etc., etc. So, I mean, sometimes it happens that in some tunnels, the hydrants are placed at 250 meters, somewhere it's 150 meters, somewhere it's 90 meters, and we keep discussing, and ultimately all tunnels in India probably would be having different specifications altogether. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Would anyone like to make any comment on this? Because this was not directed on any panelists as such. Thank you for your suggestion, but I made a request that since it's a panel discussion, it would be great if you can actually give a question to the panelists who are sitting here. However, as a moderator, I have noted down your suggestion and we'll pass it on to the organizers after this discussion for sure. Okay. Thank you very much. Can we have the next question, please? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello. One question to maybe Mr. Madan can answer. Recently, Ministry of Road has come up with kind of a working paper. It has opened up for comments to revise the eligibility for DPR consultants, the award eligibility from L1 to QBS. It is not even QCBS, it is QBS, quality based selection, where they will set a flat per kilometer fee for the consultant and only select the consultant basis the bank guarantee offered, the extent of bank guarantee they are willing to put their neck on the line, basically. So do you think this will further see a future change in DPR qualities going ahead?
Yeah, it will change because these kind of systems are prevalent in Nepal and Bhutan also. QCBS, QBS, like ADB projects, they go for this. And we have to select because I have been working in Nepal and Bhutan both. And then I have seen that, yes, this kind of system is prevalent and they select based on this only. But in NHAI also we were involved from SOCHM side. This, in fact, the problem with our contracts is that we are awarding the contract to contractors, and then we are having fixed conditions. Okay, no sharing of risk. That was the basic thing. That if something happens, contractor is responsible fully. Why? Because in our contract, one line has been written that all the environment problems will be the responsibility of contractor. Anything happening in the tunnel or any project will be the responsibility of contractor. As if you are the Lord and the contractor is your servant, he has to work according to that. So we wanted to change that. In NHPC, I tried with my CMD, and to some extent we were able to convince him. But then after leaving NHPC, after retiring NHPC, then I was associated with SOCHM. And then our first target was Honorable Nitin Gadkari ji. And then we told him that this is the requirement, risk sharing should be done, especially in roads and tunnels especially. And he quietly listened, agreed, and then he accepted also. And in that, mainly the risk sharing happens, the problem comes in tunnel is when there are class of rocks, class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, and then the percentage is there that, okay, class 1 will be 5% or 2 will be 20, 3 will be 50, like that. And when there is a change, contractor, if it's a item rate contract, then there is no problem. If it's EPC contract, then the problem is contractor will be paid only as per 5%, 20%, 15%, and he cannot claim. So we made it a point and convinced them that, okay, risk sharing has to be there. So how the risk will be shared? Suppose class 1 instead of 5% has come 20%, then contractor will benefit because it's a less, time consuming and less efforts. If class 3 or class 4 is increased, then proportionately he should get more money out of that. So it was agreed and a formula was evolved. So that was one thing which we were able to convince, and it is being followed now. Otherwise, it was a serious issue in EPC contract. And then everybody says, why EPC? EPC should be abolished. It should be only item rate. But then there are many thoughts. Everybody has to give their viewpoint that why only item rate contract. In that item rate contract, the designer's responsibility is owned wholly by the owner. Everything is owned by the owner. And then if the designs are not proper, and contractor will say, I am just following your drawing, whatever you have given. He will never say that change this because this is a problem. He will start claiming on that, okay, you have given me this and then now the change is there, so I am raising a claim. It's very easy. But if it is EPC, then the responsibility goes to the contractor side and everything. But if risk sharing is there, then it is a fair distribution of the everything. So I am in favor of that QCBS or QS system. Instead of directly blaming the contractor, the department should also take some blame out of this. And because in hydro projects especially, or maybe in road projects also, I have seen underground works, investigations are not proper. It cannot be done also because you need lot of time. The time is not there. See, now PSP has come. If you see, every year they have to start the PSP within the shortest possible time. Only 6 months is given for investigation. How it can be possible in 6 months you can investigate a project like pumped storage scheme, which of course is not linked with river, but it has so many other aspects. Geological aspects are there, poor ground conditions are there, rock-filled dams are there, and you give a shortest possible time and people are happy in taking PSPs. even one contractor has taken 20,000 megawatt of PSP, other has taken 30,000 megawatt of PSP. So far construction has been done only for the one, and another has been done in Tehri, that is a PSU again. So that also they could not do it in time. There is also lingering on. It is taking a lot of time, maybe because of certain technical reasons. But PSP is not also, it's like not a toy that everybody is running like they did in the hydro project. When it was started privatization, hundreds of private people came and they took the projects. After 20 years, the thing is that today I think hardly even not 5% contractors, these clients or owners could make hydro project of themselves, 5% only. Whereas they have taken 50,000 megawatt of projects. Nobody has done it. I think similar fate may happen in PSP also. They will take 90,000 megawatt in their hands and they will not be able to do 20,000.
If we don't learn,
yes,
same fate will happen. The problem is that, to be very honest, like first of all, your question, as he said, he agrees to that particular. As soon as we are sticking on quality and not only cost, I think no one will disagree with that. How we execute that again is very important. Any format. QCBS also can be actually a very bad format. QBS can be a very bad format. L1 can be a very bad format. It's about how sincerely we are actually executing the spirit of that particular part. That's very, very important. Coming to anyway, Madan sir has actually triggered a bad point as far as I am concerned. Investigations. Okay, we are saving all the money in investigations, and we are paying a very heavy price at the time of construction, and that is happening across the sectors. It's PSP, it's hydropower, it's tunnel, it's road, and the worst thing is we are still not learning from that. Even today, DPRs are being rolled out, okay, with just 1 or 2 boreholes in the entire tunnel of 10 kilometers. And when things go wrong and we end up spending 50, 60, 100, 200 crores more because of time delays and cost overruns, etc., etc., the problem is that no one is held accountable for that also. Unless we, as he said, where is the time for investigation? All right. So,
Dr. Rana, just to add
I'm
to
sorry,
that.
let me just finish. Let me
please.
just finish. So, where is the time for investigation? So, you're a patient, you have a problem, and you go to a doctor, and he takes you OT table, and he cuts you open your body, and he says, oh, there was no major problem, there was some gas issue there. And then you ask, why didn't you investigate? He said, where was the time for investigation? You were in pain. What a kind of a argument is that? Investigation is the foremost thing which has to be done in every project. Enough time has to be given to it. Enough cost has to be allocated to that. And then comes the design, then comes the planning, then comes the construction. Till the time we keep doing it the other way around, because we have been used to of doing it, things will not improve. Next gen is actually a next gen thing to discuss about. Unfortunately, we are talking next gen because this panel discussion is about next gen. But as Dr. Nathani said, what next gen? Let's start doing things right the way it is supposed to be done even in this generation. We are not doing that, unfortunately. And thankfully, we all are from the same industry. We can be absolutely fair and honest about it. We are not sitting with any journalists. If some journalist is there, please don't quote all what we are saying. All right, so at least we can be honest with each other. Investigation cannot be, done away with saying that we don't have time or we don't have money. Unless you investigate, you cannot make any project, because this you are doing on the earth. Earth is changing from one point to the other. You drill a hole here, you drill a hole 50 meters away, earth is changing. Unless you investigate, nothing. Khan Sahab, now you can please come in.
All of us, not to any particular person. We say that consultants are, our DPRs are bad. But why consultants are doing that kind of job themselves? Can they not do a good job?
You want to answer? You want to answer?
Definitely I want to answer. So yes, money, you will talk about money.
No money.
Time.
Money. No attitude. The answer is attitude. No, wait a minute. It's not the consultant attitude only.
Yeah.
The owner's attitude also. We want everything to be delivered absolutely safe for us, okay, in the best possible manner, and still end up spending nothing for it.
Absolutely.
And let's say we decide that a particular project should be completed in 5 years of time, right? Because of any issue, because of the issues related to land acquisition, because of local resistance, whatever, 2 years are lost in the project. Where these 2 years are being adjusted? In the DPR preparation, in the investigation. And then we want to rush into construction because that's the most glamorous activity ever. Big machines move in, ministers come, cut the ribbon.
Absolutely.
Investigations are the most boring activity. Some drilling rig happening here, some geologists walking there. It just doesn't look, glamorous.
Glamorous.
That is the reason. And that has to change.
Absolutely.
First of all, it must be understood by everyone sitting in this room and in the fraternity that unless we investigate properly, we cannot even imagine to build a project. As simple as that. Till the time we are doing it on the ground. And please, engineering projects start relating to your body. Would you like to be operated upon before an ultrasound, before a proper investigation? If you want to be, then it's fine. Go ahead with your project. Do anything on the ground, don't investigate. But if common sense says that you must investigate, then you must investigate. Anyway, we have spoken. Yeah, please, go ahead. Let the mic come to you, please. Can someone please pass?
Even the time is not allotted for consultant. They do it, this DPR within 1 year or 6 months, something like that.
I'm sorry, before you speak, but Madan sir always says something which triggers me. All right, I'll just finish my part of this, okay? Yes. I always say, why engineers have the weakest voice? Why the politicians and bureaucrats have the loudest voice? I just don't understand that. Politicians would like a project to be completed in 6 months of time, okay? A bureaucrat reporting to the politicians would like this to be completed in 5 months of time, because 1 month he would like to keep up for himself, right? Now, is it not the responsibility of consultants and engineers to put their foot down and say that this project needs minimum of 5 years of time? It just cannot be done. Why do we take it from them?
Yeah.
And you are so senior, so maybe I answer my question in the tea time, but yeah, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah. Actually, I just wanted to highlight one point. I am Pankaj Agarwal from Jindal Stainless. We are talking about investigation, but I am raising one point of competency here, because we have only one NIRM in India. Like we have 25 AIIMS, we have so many IITs. Why can't we have more NIRMs to build on that competency of investigation? There is intent, then there is competency also. So that gap is still there. So perhaps partially answering to Mr. Khan's questions, the consultants in inverted commas, what we have appointed, sometimes they are not having that competency also to actually do the work the way it should be done. This is the point.
That's a good point, but I tell you something, is the other way around also. When there is a demand, a competency also is developed, right? NIRM was not developed overnight. It was for a very specific project, right? That's where NIRM came in existence. And today, if you talk about, even in the government setup, you have NIRM, you have CWPRS, you have CSMRS, and you have multiple agencies in the government sector who do investigation, and then come to private sector. There are multiple agencies in the private sector who do investigation and who would love to do more investigation. But the point is, if I as a person, like I'm just talking of myself right now, okay? 30 years back, I left Department of Atomic Energy with a dream that I'll start doing geophysics in the near surface domain, which does not exist. And 30 years down the line, I'm still doing education, right? I'm still doing and telling people what geophysics can do for you, how investigations will help you do your projects better. 30 years down the line, I'm doing the same thing, right? So the point is, if they're takers, if people are able to adapt to the new technologies, incorporate the new technologies fast, you'll see organizations will grow, right? Because not everyone needs to be just passionate about it. People start seeing business sense also about it. See, I do it because I'm passionate. It doesn't make any business sense for me. I make 90% of my turnover, let's say, from oil industry, 10% from this industry. But I spend 10% time talking to oil people and 90% time talking to you people, right? Now that is stupidity or passion, either of the two, right? You can call me whatever you want to. But there are many people who will see business opportunity. If there is a business in this, first it is important for the industry to understand how important it is for them. Yes. Hope it answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sir, yes, myself Mayur Agrawal from Reliance Industries. We are the supplier of Recron 3S fiber. I have one question that here since morning, the one thing we agree that we have identified the problem that before the execution, if the planning is not correct, everything subsequently will go wrong. So, and here also we are talking about that L1, instead of L1 system, QCBS or QBS system will be adopted. And Rana sir has highlighted that in developed countries, the DPR estimate is about around 7% also. But sir, even if we implement that, how we will see that if we increase the DPR cost, we will give the ample time to prepare. And once getting, if some prominent consultant has got the tender, that work, how we will ensure that he will not subcontract at a lower cost back to back, and ultimately the DPR who are getting prepared, only those people will prepare that at a higher cost. So how we will ensure that?
That's a very good question, and actually I'll give chance to every panelist to at least comment on this. First, I'll give my comment. I have that privilege as a moderator. See, a very important point is that once you are increasing the cost of DPR will not solve any problem unless you put a minimum work program of the DPR, right? Minimum work program basically says that for this DPR, minimum this type of investigation has to be carried out, okay? And put the technologies which are to be used and put a minimum work program. Give incentive to the bidders to improve upon that minimum work program and incorporate that in their proposal. And based on that, you can choose which one should get the work. But minimum has to be done. That's the most important thing. Secondly, it is like I am working from my offices in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia and Singapore. India, we are an Indian multinational, so we have these offices. You know, in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, my experience has been they do not even talk about the company, right? It can be Parson, it can be L&T, it can be any company, it doesn't matter. What they look into is who are the people working there on the project, okay? And they ensure the same people you have projected are actually working on the project. If you are not, they will not pay you for that particular part of it. Same provision is there in many World Bank tenders also, right? So it is not important whether contractor gave it to subcontractor and subcontractor gave it to subcontractor, right? It is important that who are the people working on that project. Even AIIMS, because since we just talked about AIIMS, even AIIMS can make a mess of an operation. Even IIT can make mess of a report. I am from IIT, right? And now my professors, my batchmates are almost getting retired. So I have the luxury of speaking this, right? It depends who in IIT is actually looking at that report. A person who has just become assistant professor after 1 year of experience after finishing his PhD, he is reviewing a report which has been prepared by a consultant who is working in that field like 35 years like Mr. Madan. But just because it carries the stamp of IIT, does it become a report which is given by the IIT? People. We have to start focusing on people who are working there, not just the organization. And that is where a very, very important control has to be there. Who are the personnel who have been promised to be working on the project and whether these are the same people who are working on the project. Unless that happens, we cannot ensure quality. Quality doesn't come with the organization's name. It comes by the people who work behind the project. Madan sir, your input on that, if any. Otherwise, you can, because it's a very important point which is highlighted.
There are conditions also in DPR that if you have to prepare a DPR, you have to, as rightly he said, that I may not even add on these things, but since he is telling me to speak, so I am speaking. So those conditions are there. They have to be followed strictly. Otherwise, you know, certain DPRs, they also give option that you can keep a sub-consultant also. But if you don't give and you say that no, it has to be done by you only, you will not sublet it. You have to do so many holes, you have to do so much of investigation, all these, you know, geological mapping has to be done, survey should be done, coordinate should be there. I have seen many survey sheets in which from dam to powerhouse, dam has got different coordinates, tunnel has got different coordinates, powerhouse has got different coordinates. And I was wondering how you will execute this, because all are 3 different coordinates. You start from A coordinate and end up somewhere else, you will be reaching if you start from Delhi, you will be reaching instead of Noida to Panipat. That's the condition. So you have to be very strict in these. And I have seen that consultants also, interdisciplinary you say or inter-rivalry you can say, One consultant for a project should cost 25 crores for DPR making, he is quoting 12 crores and he is getting the job. Now how he will do that work in 12 crores? Because that actual cost was 25 crores. Others have quoted like that only. So it's a surprise, and he is doing that. So he is cutting somewhere something. So now the awarding agency has to see whether can he award in this such a low cost or not. So again it will come. Since you have technically qualified the contractor, that's why L1 is okay because he is bearing that cost. But contractor knows and the owner also knows that he will cut corner somewhere. How he will cut that, they only know it. Thank you.
Nathan is
Thing to what both of you said, Dr. Rana and Madan Saab. Apart from people, what you need to bring in is the process. Even if you have good people around, but there is no process existing, then you might have issues. A lot of companies, they falter because of the process. They might recruit good people, okay, whatever names projected in the DPR or maybe in the bid, they will bring all those people. Finally, if the process of the company or process of the organization is not good, there will be trouble. I think along with people, process has to be there.
correct. I think that's a very, very important point. Processes are very important, and then right people to follow these processes. Nathan sir, your input in this, please.
So just actually this is a big problem across the country we are facing, and just I'll give you the last month on the request of the NHIDCL, I visited their one site to review, to see that how the consultant is doing the DPR investigations, the midterm sort of the review. I went to the site, and before going to site, I sent a message that their geologist should be there so that I can interact. These administrators are not required. Technocrats, I would like to interact at the site. When I reached site, nobody was there, only supervisor from the DPR site. And DPR, I don't want to name, but again from the selected these pockets in the country, people are making DPR. Then I started working with the NHIDCL executives in the northeastern state, where this hole is done, why it is done here. No, sir, it is in the DPR that hole has to be, borehole has to be done. So it is boring is done. Sir, this geophysics was in the scope, so geophysics, where is the problematic site? Sir, problematic site is that site, sir. Okay. Where is the contour plan map? Sir, this is downloaded from the Google, sir. This is so full day we are walking, and so you see, I told in the evening to Arusab in NHIDCL, sir is sitting here. Every state they have the regional officer RO. So I told what I have to comment actually. No, sir, tomorrow one geologist is coming. Coming, but nothing is there at the site. Who is coming? So next day in the morning, one young girl, and she reached that site with her mother. So I told just I don't want to discuss any this thing. Better you discuss with my colleague, because nothing is at par with the DPR, and we don't want to make any comment. We have lost our time, but this is not the way of making the DPR. So this is the one example. Another this thing. Recently we have received the DPR. Now I was discussing with my director what we have to reply actually. Somebody has quoted just now that in the long tunnel, Himalayan tunnel, in the name of investigation, only 2 boreholes.
I did that. I had the privilege of saying that.
Okay. So now this thing, sometime you see, now I'm here, maybe that I will make some contacts, and people will start using the contacts, kindly clear that report before construction. Now new words, because many words are irritating the people like me. People are using the word baseline report without understanding. Is our predecessors and the dedicated people like Dr. Rana, dedicated people in the countries are working for the codes, BIS code, IRC codes. And then new words will come into the picture. Many times they are telling that because we are going for the World Bank funding, so baseline report. are you understanding what is that? What is not there in the DPR actually? Have you gone through? How many codes are there? Not in the BIS, the IRC is there. Not in the IRC, international codes are there. Not in the international code, ASTM, British codes. Why this new word? And for the sake of this thing, for the engineers, and for my sake of my bureaucrat in the front of the politician, geological surprises, the beautiful word. This is the invention of this generation. Geological surprises. We are not understanding our mother, and we are telling that this is a geological surprises. Making 2 boreholes, we are going to clear the DPR in future. You see, one project, sir, the very challenging project for me in my life, throughout the life. The escalation, everybody knows that, but you see, without understanding the ground condition, they started the excavation, and when they reach that typical point, nobody knows, heavy loss of life and machinery, because that reservoir was punctured. The tunnel was going below the reservoir. So this is very unfortunate. Only this, it should come from the client side, that what has to be done. What we are doing with the NHI DCL, so we have a MOU with NHI, you are a newly person. So what we convinced to the MD, and 3 times we made our presentation, because our concern for the national development. When you are making the DPR, the intervention should be at the time of the DPR, not after the completion of the DPR. So intervention from the, as sir told, not from this. You see, persons are important. The organization can never be an expert. The people working in the organization, they are the expert and they are the dedicated. So we have started, sir, with you, NHI DCL, when the DPR preparation will be there, the intermediate review will be there, and whatever this thing. So we are talking, sir, about the geotechnical, but people are not starting with the basic survey also.
Correct.
They are simply taking the Google.
Correct. So
and after Google, advanced technology, whatever is displayed outside. For slope protection, advanced, without understanding the basics.
Thank you, Nathani sir. And I've got the signal from the organizers to wrap
Can
up
I
the session.
take just one small point? This side. This side.
Your right side.
Your right side.
Who is that? Sorry.
Just
Yeah,
one
sure.
small.
Sure, please go ahead.
See, there are some very good projects delivered, and there are many bad projects. Good projects, Konkan Railway, we have not talked about, but one of the best, most difficult, and within world record time. And second was the Delhi Metro, and both projects were led by Sri Sajaran Sahab. So it is the leadership which matters. I mean, the central point of all the discussion that I think, if you have stellar leadership, then you have Mangalyaan, Chandrayaan, Suryayaan. Otherwise, what happens is happens. What is your view on this?
No, there's no doubt about that. And as they say that there's a Bengali saying that fish starts starting from the head. I never say that in Bengali. I'm not good at Bengali.
Sir, can I come in?
Yeah, sure. I'll just come to you after this. So leadership is very important, and I think that's what we are discussing here. All these views ultimately will lead to the leadership, and because leadership also needs to be made aware of what is technically and scientifically correct, and that's as engineers what we are deliberating. But very good point. And yeah, please. Yeah.
Sir, I am sitting in the government as an authority. As you said, Sidaran Saab, the authority there sitting is determined and want to do good work. So all these things will be taken care of. As I am having service more than 30 years. I have executed projects. When I am sheer determined to do some good work, right from morning 6 a.m. to raat mein 11 baje tak, then all these things will be cared of. You said rightly, leadership matters. Other theoretical things, they are there, codes are there, everything is there. But when you are determined, see why EPC concept has come. आप अपना खुद का एक घर बनाना है तो आप एक्सपर्ट नहीं है, आप तो टेक्निकल आदमी नहीं है, आपने एक आर्किटेक्ट हायर किया, एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हायर किया, फिर भी आज आप रोज़ सवेरे जाके वहाँ पानी मारते हो अपने घर पे, देखते हो ठीक काम कर रहा है क्या नहीं, मटेरियल वेस्ट हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है, तभी तो घर ठीक बनेगा. And here in a setup like this, everybody is responsible. Consultant is preparing the DPR, experts in the field. Why they are failing to prepare a DPR? Why मैं अगर वहाँ पे बैठा हूँ प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर बोल के, तो मैं रोज़ उस कंसल्टेंट का काम देखूंगा, हर हफ्ते में देखूंगा, उसका डिज़ाइन चेक करूंगा. I am expert there, I am engineer myself there, so I can see all these things. That is not done. Everybody is failing to do his role properly. अपना रोल प्रॉपरली प्ले नहीं कर रहा है. बाकी every theory is there. Technology, I was constructing roads initially when I passed my B in a WBM. So we used to measure the stacks, quantity of the material and quality of the material and sizes, gradation, etc. to the point. Those WBM roads are better than all these new technology roads are. What we are talking about technology? So you told rightly the crust of the matter you are talking.
Yep. I think this is very important. Leadership is important and workmanship also is important. Technology is very important because we have to keep improving on that part of it. But as you very correctly said, in earlier times, few people, I'm sorry, just to have a earlier time, civil engineers, I have an example from this Murra Periyar Dam. There was a British engineer. He made this proposal to make this Murra Periyar Dam there. His boss said, no, I don't agree with you. If you want to make it on your own money. This guy sold his house in London and made the Murra Periyar Dam. This dam has done more than 100 years, and since I am a person who investigates dams, I do X-ray and ultrasound of the dam. Murra Periyar Dam today, even after 100 years, is in much better condition than the dams which have been built 10 years back in many states of this country, right? So workmanship is important, honesty is very important, answerability, responsibility is very important, and that is where we collectively have to work on this. So very good point made. I think this panel...
Sir, I have just one supplementary question actually, just supplementing what the gentleman has said.
And after this we are
just
closing this session.
A very brief observation.
Sure, go ahead.
Do we have adequate feasibility studies, the traffic feasibility studies? We are speaking about cost optimization primarily for the urban transport infrastructure projects. But do we have the requisite feasibility studies model primarily, which can make the project more cost economical and we can optimize on the resource?
Answer that question, as far as feasibility is concerned, we are doing quite a good job. I mean, when it comes to whether the ridership would, we are talking about the ridership basically. Ridership point of view, I think good amount of studies are being done. I don't doubt those kind of studies.
All right. So I think all of you deserve a big round of applause for your patience. And all the panel members also deserve a big round of applause for their insights. And with this, I hand it over to our organizers, please.
Console. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly, it has been a very invigorating, very interesting and very gripping session. A huge round of applause for our esteemed speakers who made it so interesting. Very, very interesting. And we take this opportunity to quickly put it in our lenses, and of course, it stays in our memories. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for participating so well. Clearly, we should have had more time to take more interjections, but we always have our networking break time to make use of the same. Thank you so much once again. Please take care of yourself. I'm Sushmita signing off from the podium, and I request you to kindly put your mobile phones back to its ringing mode. Thank you. May I invite you all for a high tea which has been served at the banquet hall. Kindly join us for the same. Thank you so much. Namaskar.